never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Haya.
Climate change is already here. People are suffering in the shadows, and they're crying out for leadership and action.
The COP29 Climate Summit is getting underway in Azerbaijan. The annual United Nations meeting will be attended by delegations from 200 countries. The United States' envoy insists the climate fight will continue under a Donald Trump presidency, despite his threats to dismantle environmental safeguards and remove the US from a key international agreement to stop burning fossil fuels. The leaders of France and the UK say they'll support Ukraine for as long as necessary to, quote, thwart Russia's war of aggression. President Emmanuel Macron and Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer marked Armistice Day in Paris. Donald Trump claims he'd end the war in Ukraine in one day, without saying how. But Britain's Defence Secretary says the president-elect is right to push European nations to increase their own NATO defence spending. Simon Gaitan reports.
UK Secretary of State for Defence John Healey insisted he expects a Trump-led US would not turn away from NATO. Trump has previously criticised NATO and accused other member countries of not spending enough on the bloc in comparison with the US, and during the election campaign even threatened to only defend countries that met their defence spending obligations.
Russia is denying that Donald Trump spoke with President Vladimir Putin on the phone. Mitch McCann has the details.
The Washington Post reported on Sunday local time that Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin had spoken during the week, where Mr. Trump advised him not to escalate the war in Ukraine. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov said the story was, quote, completely untrue. President Putin had congratulated Donald Trump and said he showed courage during the assassination attempt on his life earlier this year.
Mr. Trump's appointed a hardline member of his first term to head up the mass deportation of illegal immigrants from the United States. He's also rewarding one of his closest political allies by proposing to send her to the United Nations as America's next ambassador. Here's Simon Marks.
Tom Homan is one of the most prominent far-right figures in Donald Trump's inner circle. Now, the former head of the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Division of the U.S. government has been told by the president-elect that he will be America's new border czar, the man who will implement orders to deport potentially millions of people from the country. At the Republican convention in July, he made this pledge.
I got a message to the millions of illegal aliens that Joe Biden's releasing our country in violation of federal law. You better start packing now, because you're going home.
Soon he'll have the power and resources to make good on that promise. Another right-winger, Congresswoman Elise Stefanik of New York, will become America's ambassador to the United Nations.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at what Donald Trump's big election win might mean for the two biggest foreign policy crises on the world stage. As you know, the president-elect has vowed to resolve the war in Gaza and the war in Ukraine on day one of his presidency. But what does that look like? Sam Kiley is a veteran broadcaster and writer specialising in international affairs.
On the one hand, you've got his fulsome support for Netanyahu, and then on the other, his suggestion that even before he takes office, he might be able to bring peace to Ukraine. That would only come if there is a commitment handing over the Donbass plus a huge chunk of the east of the country to permanent Russian sovereignty, and that's something that the Zelensky's ruled out. But let's not forget the Europeans also ruled that out. Macron saying at that gathering, the European political gathering of leadership, saying essentially that the EU in the wake of the Trump administration is going to have to start paying a lot more if it perceives the threat to be what it says it is.
Much of this, of course, will be determined by the composition of Trump's new foreign policy team. It could include his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, in an unofficial position focused on the Middle East, with the Ukraine negotiations to be handled by his Secretary of State, possibly the extreme right Rick Grenell, who served as Trump's ambassador to Germany first time around. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Our top stories again. The COP29 climate summit is getting underway in Azerbaijan. The annual United Nations meeting will be attended by delegations from 200 countries. The leaders of France and the UK say they'll support Ukraine for as long as necessary to, quote, thwart Russia's war of aggression. President Emmanuel Macron and Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer marked Armistice Day in Paris. This as Russia denies that Donald Trump spoke with President Vladimir Putin on the phone. That's the latest feature story news. I'm Benji Haya in Washington.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole world.
All righty, what do you say? Cue the microphone. That, my friends, is how we wrap up a Monday. right, closing out Veterans Day one more time. Thank you to those veterans out there. Hope you enjoyed your day. Maybe you took advantage of a free meal here and there around the country. Like, that's the least we could do, right? Meanwhile, hi there. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. Many, of course, here on a Monday night, getting their new week started in the trucking industry. Rolling out that first load of the week. Overall, the big picture, it's a pretty darn nice night for trailer trucking. Weather map is relatively quiet. It's the tale of the Northeast and the Northwest. Still some shower activity in the northeastern U.S. You're noticing much cooler temperatures, though, aren't you? Yes, indeed. And our next storm system, right on the heels of a storm that brought some heavy rain and higher elevation snow in recent days. The next storm already in the process of coming ashore. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. We are clear, 43 degrees outside the secret bunker at this hour. So yeah, a little cool. You need the jacket when you step outdoors. So there you go. Hope your week's off to a good start. Ready to turn the page on the calendar. From time zone to time zone, we will respectively work our way into the 12th day of November. All right, speaking of our traveler's weather, that's where we normally begin things on any given night, just hours after a storm finishes unloading. Drenching rain and mountain snow in the northwestern U.S. The new storm's going to roll ashore prior to the middle of the week. Could bring enough rain to lead to some flooding problems, according to AccuWeather. First storm that moved in over the weekend finishes up here Tuesday morning with a little mixed snow and rain at many of the passes and some heavy snow over the high country. This storm is probably the most widespread, significant precipitation of the season so far. It's going to be followed by a second storm of similar magnitude, they tell us. Up to several feet of snow will cover the high country slopes by Thursday night after the new storm concludes this week. Snow levels rising ahead and during the first part of the new storm. That means the rain will fall during much of the first half of the new storm over the passes. There could be some drenching rain, fog, even some rock slides that can knock debris onto the roads in some of the steep terrain, or where the roads kind of cut through the mountainsides. At the lower elevations, especially along the lower west-facing slopes of the Cascades, the Coast Ranges, and the Olympics. Rainfall at 4 to 8 inches of rain will fall from Tuesday night through Thursday night. Some local areas may see near a foot of rain. That's enough rain coming down along the streams and rivers flowing out of the mountains to set up some flooding possibilities. During the second part of the storm, later Wednesday into Thursday, colder air begins to sweep in. Snow levels will dip over the Cascades. Some slush may build up over the passes from late Wednesday night to Thursday night. Further south, a second storm will bring more rain and high country snow to the Siskiyous, the northern Sierra Nevada, in California. Most of the accumulating stuff are going to fall above Donner Pass along I-80. Yeah, there can be a period from Thursday night into Friday where the air gets cold enough for some accumulating snow to fall over the pass, slowing and obviously bringing some slippery travel. Along with the varying snow levels, periods of gusty winds typical of winter will occur over the mountains and through the passes, leading to some travel issues. Further south, what they refer to as a sundowner wind event is in store from Monday night to Tuesday morning. So overnight tonight in Southern California, sundowner winds tend to pick up around sunset, then last through the night. over Southern California, usually blowing from north to south. North to northeast winds will gust 30 to 50 miles per hour, gusts to maybe 75, maybe mainly over the ridges. Some of the gaps in the mountains and through the canyons that face north and south or northeast to southwest. Forecasters are also monitoring the possibility of another Santa Ana wind event for Southern California coming up next weekend. This is going to depend on the orientation of an area of high pressure to the north and the strength and position of the winds at the level where the jets fly over Southern California. Winds might not be as strong as those we saw late last week, where several large wildfires broke out. Still, the situation may change. Stiff breezes from sundowners or a weak to moderate Santa Ana can again create dangerous fire weather conditions. Now, as we look ahead, another storm is forecast to drop into the northwest over the weekend. This one bringing some colder air that may translate to lower snow levels and possibly snow accumulation over the Cascade Passes in Washington as well as Oregon. Busy pattern there in the Pacific Northwest. Meanwhile, we are not quite done with the Caribbean. Rafael that formed last week, even though the circulation continues to diminish, moisture remains, and it may be drawn northward into part of the Gulf Coast of the U.S. later this week. And AccuWeather forecasters are kind of homing in on yet more tropical development in the Caribbean toward mid-month, which eventually could become a concern, they tell us, for the Sunshine State. Rafael lost much of its circulation over the central Gulf of Mexico Sunday night. As of Monday, it's pretty much been reduced to a shredded zone of downpours and some thunderstorms. Some of the residual swells over the Gulf continue to cause some rough surf and rip currents along the northern and western coastal regions. From Saturday to early Sunday, some of Rafael's moisture was sheared off. And then a yet well-defined tropical storm over the Gulf of Mexico. That moisture significantly enhanced the rain produced by a slow-moving front in parts of eastern Texas and Louisiana. The moisture merge actually resulted in anywhere from 1 to as much as 8 inches of rain. We saw some localized flash flooding. What's left of Rafael Center is forecast to just kind of wander or loop around over the western and central Gulf over the next couple of days. Increased wind shear will continue to shred what's left of the circulation. We believe some or the bulk of the remaining moisture will be drawn northward into the central Gulf Coast region. We're talking around the middle of the week as yet another non-tropical feature. A cold front moves from west to east over the lower Mississippi Valley. The new cool front will also be more progressive than the one that unloaded 8 inches of rain on Saturday, and the storm that unloaded a foot of rain on South Carolina and Georgia last week. Downpours could bring some localized flooding. Persistent downpours are not expected, not anticipating any widespread flooding, but keeping an eye, monitoring other things going on in the tropics. There's a feature near the Bahamas that they've been watching since last week. It's pretty much out of time due to the approaching front and wind shear. The main part of the Caribbean that remains a potential breeding ground through the third week in November at least. Once again, just as with Rafael most recently, it's the western and central part of the Caribbean that'll be conducive for development, provided that moisture increases, wind shear remains low, and the clustering of showers and thunderstorms continues. Currently near Hispaniola and Puerto Rico, that cluster will likely wander westward a bit over the next few days. When and where development is forecast to begin, thunderstorm activity has caused some torrential downpours and flooding on some of the northern islands of the Caribbean in just the past 24 hours, including the British Virgin Islands. Yeah, forecasters had kind of outlined this area as a risk zone well over a week ago. So this development risk is now actually at a high level, they tell us. So as we look at the weeks ahead, the natural blocking mechanism in the atmosphere may begin to break down, just dissolve during the third week of the month, and allow any tropical storm to move northward, in which case interest in southern Florida, the Keys, may need to stay vigilant. Should a feature organize, interest from Central America to southeastern Mexico, Cuba, Jamaica, Hispaniola will all have to monitor the Caribbean for budding tropical activity. Well, yeah, we're into the month of November, not quite halfway there, the 12th day of November, so next week would be week number 3. Technically, hurricane season runs through the end of November, but even then, that doesn't guarantee all activity will be completed for the season. Hello to Philly Dan. Good morning, crew. Happy Trump Tuesday. My stocks are McLovin' it. Larry, hello, good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe, 54 degrees. Socrates, New York. Round number 1 to Schenectady underway. Zorro is listening in. Hello to Marianne. There's Jerry. Good morning, everybody. Sarah Spencer and I on board for another great show. Windy, but a nice night in Kokomo tonight. Mr. Trump has done more in the past week than the other guys did in 3 years. Mark says, hello, Country Bumpkin checking in. Good morning, Overnight Drive family. Time to listen to the best talk show in the nation. Thank you, Country Bumpkin. That's very kind of you. Hello to Russell. Good morning. Hope all's going well at the secret bunker. Need to put some logs on the fire. 44 clear, Dayton, Ohio. Had to miss last night's program. The wife wasn't feeling well. I'm asking for prayers for her, please. You drivers, be careful. Be safe. Keep it between the ditches. May God bless you safely to your destinations. Ready for another great show. Everyone have a good night. Stay awake, or that is Steve will keep you all awake. Everybody watch your surroundings. Be safe out there. Shorty is rolling I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia. 69 degrees. It's Orlando turnaround number 1. There you go. Like I said, getting that new week started. Dirty Harry, gooder morning, y'all. Happy Saturday, everyone. Enjoy your weekend. And I tell you what, President Trump is building one hell of a powerhouse of a cabinet, with the House, the Senate, and the White House. Yes, it is. Things are really coming together. They're not wasting any time here. We've got all the latest there. It's not a definitive yet, but I think we are now one House seat away from clinching the 218 magical number for control. Yeah, the analysts are saying it looks like it'll be the Republicans with ultimately 220 House seats. And I'm trying to recall, I think it would be Democrats 212. I've got the numbers over here, but yeah, that would be the proverbial trifecta, as they refer to it. All right, Brain Dead, good morning, Steve. Happy Taco Tuesday. 51 clear skies at the West Memphis International Airport, hair care, nail salon, beauty supply, and Chinese buffet. Well, it's a night off for me, and well-deserved after that trip yesterday that has me wondering if anyone in Central Dispatch uses a GPS or they just throw darts at the wall to seek the worst possible route. Either that or they don't know how to read a map. Anyway, ask that dingbat person, why is ice no longer available at Ohio State football games? Because the senior who knew the recipe finally graduated.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at ooida.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, we get it underway here on a Tuesday. Dirty Harry shares that is a weird story. He was talking about the new administration, the incoming administration, get ready to make America a powerhouse again. But he said, Steve, you remember that boating accident I had a few years ago where I lost my range bag in Lake Erie? Well, last Wednesday morning, I found it floating. All my ammunition and guns are intact. No damage to any of them. I mean, Harry, what are the odds of that? You need to buy a lottery ticket. You lost that bag. So in other words, it's literally been floating out there on Lake Erie for, I don't really recall the boating accident scenario. Wow. That is crazy. That's, like I said, buy yourself a lottery ticket. Hello, Pappy, Saddle Up Nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. That means the overnight drive is hammered down. 45 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Just a tad nippy out tonight. 844-844-3388. Those are the digits to hit. Be a part of the show. Don't be a scarecrow. Time to snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Heat up that cup of joe. Throw another log on the fire. Crank up the volume on your listening device. Or, yep, that's right, you can be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? All right, Dennis. This reminds me of the song, The Sounds of Silence. No sound. Several folks have said they're not hearing. Everything looks to be working properly on this end. That's just a couple of you having some issues out there. See, Dennis and who else was it? Jason said he has no sound. Maybe turn off the app and restart. I'm not exactly sure. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. 55 degrees. Had a good visit with Mom and my sister. Stopped by this past morning. Got the delivery off. Stopped by the tire shop. You get the front rotated and balance. Got a couple new ones on the tag axle. The idiots that built my truck put a huge carriage to hold the tag axle when they didn't need to. Now, they did not take into account when they put the box and the liftgate on the frame, it would be lower due to the additional weight. When I've got the tag axle up, if I hit a low spot or a bump, the tires hit the ground, causing them to wear in those areas. It would cost me about $2,500 to now have them take the carriage off to make it right, but they screwed it up. Anyway, the left is now playing the blame game. Rather than saying Kamala was just a terrible candidate in a terrible administration, tell me how a group of people spend $1 billion in 108 days, other than stealing a bunch of it. Got to get up early, go to the eye doctor, so I'll be listening in to the app later in the day. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. There are a lot of reports of infighting going on in the Democrat Party. Everybody playing, the blame game. Yeah, who's gonna be the standard bearer? Who's gonna take the helm and lead and try to pull the Democrat Party back together? They're pretty much in shambles right now. But all right, hello to Gilligan. Good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, a cool 54 here in Eden, North Carolina. Driving in the moonlight, planning my Christmas shopping. Oh, boy. Just remember, only 43 shopping days till Christmas. Keep it shiny side up, I can't believe. Yeah, the holidays are here, aren't they? It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Hire.
Climate change is already here. People are suffering in the shadows, and they're crying out for leadership and action.
The COP29 Climate Summit is getting underway in Azerbaijan. The annual United Nations meeting will be attended by delegations from 200 countries. The United States' envoy insists the climate fight will continue under a Donald Trump presidency, despite his threats to dismantle environmental safeguards and remove the US from a key international agreement to stop burning fossil fuels. The leaders of France and the UK say they'll support Ukraine for as long as necessary to, quote, thwart Russia's war of aggression. President Emmanuel Macron and Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer marked Armistice Day in Paris. Donald Trump claims he'd end the war in Ukraine in one day, without saying how. But Britain's Defence Secretary says the president-elect is right to push European nations to increase their own NATO defence spending. Simon Gaitan reports.
UK Secretary of State for Defence John Healey insisted he expects a Trump-led US would not turn away from NATO. Trump has previously criticised NATO and accused other member countries of not spending enough on the bloc in comparison with the US, and during the election campaign even threatened to only defend countries that met their defence spending obligations.
Russia is denying that Donald Trump spoke with President Vladimir Putin on the phone. Mitch McCann has the details.
The Washington Post reported on Sunday local time that Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin had spoken during the week, where Mr. Trump advised him not to escalate the war in Ukraine. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov said the story was, quote, completely untrue. President Putin had congratulated Donald Trump and said he showed courage during the assassination attempt on his life earlier this year.
Mr. Trump's appointed a hardline member of his first term to head up the mass deportation of illegal immigrants from the United States. He's also rewarding one of his closest political allies by proposing to send her to the United Nations as America's next ambassador. Here's Simon Marks.
Tom Homan is one of the most prominent far-right figures in Donald Trump's inner circle. Now, the former head of the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Division of the U.S. government has been told by the president-elect that he will be America's new border czar, the man who will implement orders to deport potentially millions of people from the country. At the Republican convention in July, he made this pledge.
I got a message to the millions of illegal aliens that Joe Biden's releasing our country in violation of federal law. You better start packing now, because you're going home.
Soon he'll have the power and resources to make good on that promise. Another right-winger, Congresswoman Elise Stefanik of New York, will become America's ambassador to the United Nations.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All right, it is 844-844-3388. I saw your little post there, Cap and Ron. Morning. Cap and Ron opted to ultimately go on the Veterans Day dinner tour. Give us the full report.
I did. I wasn't going to go last night. I was just going to go to Publix and get my groceries and call it a day, but I was hungry when I got off of work. So, I'm not very far from Bob Evans, so I thought I'd go there, and if it was going to be real busy, I was just going to go on home, but there wasn't hardly anybody there.
Really?
I couldn't believe it. I walked right in, sat down, and had my chicken fried steak, and when you go to Bob Evans, you got to get the biscuits and gravy, don't you?
Right. Yeah, that looked yummy.
So I got some of those. Yeah, it was good. So then I had time to kill before Chili's and Applebee's opened, so I went to Publix, and whoever said that to eat before you go grocery shopping that you won't buy a bunch of junk is full of it.
Really?
I bought all kinds of junk. Yeah. I spent over $100, but I got 10% off, for being a veteran.
Mm-hmm.
So then I went to Chili's and had the cheeseburger and fries. I had a couple of bites left of the cheeseburger, and then I only ate a few of the fries. Had to save space for Applebee's.
Well, you probably, what'd you have, like a couple hours between, you just ate that was a pretty good breakfast, country fried steak, biscuits, gravy, couple of hours. You weren't hungry yet, were you?
Yeah, I wasn't real hungry, but I was on a mission at that point. I
Right.
figured I was all in. So I went from Chili's to Applebee's, and I got their pasta dish that they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
I only ate like half of that, took half of that home, but got a $5 gift card for the next time I go visit.
Yeah.
And then I stopped at the pet store on the way home, and got the dog some food. They weren't offering, they didn't advertise anything, so I asked, I said, you got any specials going on for veterans? So they gave me a whole $2 discount on a $85 bag of food.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Last of the big spenders.
Yeah, right. I mean, most everything you go to that even, a lot of places, if you ask for a military or a veteran discount, they'll give you like 10% off.
Yeah.
Well, they gave me a whole $2.
Wow.
But anyway, that food is from Italy for the dog. And if you'll remember, during COVID, Italy was like the first country to lock down. So we couldn't get food for our dog anymore. So we had to switch it. Now we switched back and all that, but she was doing pretty good on it. But it's expensive. You know, $85 for a 25-pound bag.
Wow.
Eats better than I do, I think. So went home, went to bed, and then still had one more to get, and that was Sonny's barbecue. And the wife went and picked that up. She had that for her dinner, actually, and I had the leftover pasta from Applebee's. So I didn't actually eat all of that myself. I didn't eat the barbecue. But yeah, it was a good day. It could have got more, but had to get my beauty sleep. So at Firehouse, you could, if you'd have bought a sub and the meal deal, you'd get a free sub. There's a lot of deals out there for veterans. I don't know if anybody else checked it out or not.
Yeah. So on your Facebook post, you said overall it was the greatest day of the week.
Yep. Yep, that was my greatest day of the week.
Wow.
But that's all I've got for tonight. But I appreciate you taking my call and giving my update.
Well, it's nice to have, it's only one day of the year, and but you got to save on the cost of dining out. Total of 6 stops all in all, but that's great. All right. That's what it's Veterans Day, right? I mean, they offer the deals. You might as well take advantage of what you can. But like you said, you can only eat so much. Meanwhile, North Carolina, I didn't even catch anything last week about someone taking shots at vehicles in North Carolina. The Associated Press reporting a 23-year-old male suspected of shooting at least 8 vehicles on a busy North Carolina highway and several homes in recent days, wounding one person, will remain in custody without bond for now. That was the ruling Friday by a judge. Andrew Thomas Graney was arrested Thursday at a home in Raleigh. 24 law enforcement officers with guns drawn approached the home, later leading 2 people out in handcuffs, according to WRAL television. The other person was released without charge, according to police. 23-year-old Graney was charged with 1 count of assault with a dangerous weapon with the intent to kill or inflict serious injury, and 11 counts of firing a weapon into an occupied vehicle or dwelling. They have not, to this point, disclosed a possible motive. Graney, a senior at North Carolina State University, making his first court appearance on Friday via video conference for a hearing to set bond at his next court date. He chose to have a court-appointed attorney, Ricky Elmore. According to the Wake County Chief Public Defender, that Elmore has met with Graney, but that the office had no further comment. Bullet casings found in most of the shooting scenes preliminarily matched the same firearm. Graney's vehicle matched descriptions of a vehicle at some of the locations, and cell phone tower data placed his phone at each of the sites, according to the district attorney there. So I don't know, what was he thinking? 23 years old, and yep, that's going to be a life-changing event, huh? Morning, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. Well, it's a good thing they didn't do like they did with the D.C. sniper. Remember what happened with the D.C. sniper? Seemed like every time there was a shooting, there was a white van in the area. So they were chasing after every white van, and what'd they end up being in? I think it was a blue Caprice Classic. Yeah, not quite.
Some kind of
a
sedan, yeah.
Yeah, it was I'm pretty sure it was the Chevrolet Caprice Classic that they were in there. And, of course, they had the where the key would go in the trunk lid there. They actually had that rigged up so that they could put the gun barrel out through the hole where the keys were, because that's got that little flippy thing that covers the key entry. And so anyways, but neither here nor there. But actually, Melvoy there, he was in the news not too long ago. They were talking about wanting to do something with his sentence. I forget exactly what it was. I think that was before we went on the cruise. I remember seeing something about that. So I talk about just kind of random. So anyways, what was that? Was that Dirty Harry you said that was out there on Lake Erie and had a boat incident and lost a bag of weapons and ammunition and stuff and has now retrieved it out of the water?
Yes, and now he sent me. He said the next message he posted said the boating accident happened January 21st. It says 2:01, so I don't know if it's 2011. I'm assuming it's 2011. He said he hit an iceberg. I'm like, so this bag's been floating out there for all this time, and he found it?
Well, the only thing I can say is he needs to get a hold of that company's marketing department, and he needs to give them a testimonial and see if he can become the spokesperson for that company, and see if we can capitalize on this. Because I mean that if that's whatever the case is of that, we need more information. But I'll tell you what, there's firsthand experience, and you know what, word of mouth and firsthand experience does for companies.
Yes.
So absolutely.
He referred to it as a range bag, so I'm guessing it must have been some sort of it had to be more or less like a hard shell casing kind of thing, a range bag that had his guns and ammo in it. So obviously it was watertight. That's all I know.
It's as tight as a seal's butt. But anyways,
he just posted it was 2021, 2021. So it's been 3.5 years.
So
yeah,
3.5 years. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So it'll be 4 years. It'll be 4 years in January if it was January.
Yep.
Hitting an iceberg there on Lake Erie, but that's pretty amazing. As I say, he needs to get a hold of the marketing department and see if he can do a testimonial and make sure that
share that story.
Royalties. Yes. Yeah.
I mean, that's something. That's something for Inside Edition or Nightline. That's a great story.
Yeah. Yeah. Get a hold of Deborah Norville. That'd be a good thing to do. So, anyways, what do we got going on here? One local thing, we had a 15-year-old boy at a school get shot and killed. He did not have a weapon, so I don't know if he was in a crossfire or if he was targeted, but it just continues in Baltimore. Now, they said it was around the country in multiple states, and there were multiple counties that at the places where they're counting these ballots yet, we still haven't finished counting the ballots from the election, that they've been receiving bomb threats. Did you catch the story on these bomb threats that are coming in now, trying to disrupt the counting?
No.
So they were talking about that on the local news, but we had, multiple counties in Maryland, and they said there was multiple states all the way to the West Coast, and they were pretty sure that it came from one computer that was generating multiple emails, sending these bomb threats out. So anyways, that's about as much information as I retained from the story at the time that I was kind of just half paying attention to it. And the other thing I saw the other night, now what was the hurricane there that started with M that happened just before we went out for our cruise there? What was that hurricane down there?
What the heck was that?
It was Helene, and then was it Milton or Marvin or what?
I think it was Milton. Milton rings a bell, yeah.
All right, well, whatever there. So after that hurricane, apparently whoever the director of FEMA was down in Florida,
yeah, I did see that.
Directed
yes.
her people to not go to houses that were sporting Trump, election campaigning signs. So if you had a Trump sign out, FEMA was, they were, the local people on the ground were told to bypass your place, and you didn't get FEMA money because you had a Trump sign in your yard, if it was still in your yard. But anyways, I thought that was, so I guess there's an investigation on that. But yeah, there's, I don't know, this whole country's messed up, Your Honor. I mean, we've gone from being crazy to off the rails to, it's just seriously messed up. I'm hoping we can get things straightened out and come back. And the first 2 years that President Trump was in office there, from 16 on there, I mean, it was almost impossible to get anything done because of the rhinos in Congress. They just were, they were just never Trumpers, and no matter what he wanted to do, they just weren't going to work with him. So I hope there's enough new generation in here, and the old generation has figured out that they have to do it. They have to go along and work and make something happen, because, I mean, right now, as you said, the Democrats have no idea which way to go, but they do know one thing, and Barack Obama said it best: if you don't like what happened in this election, win the next one. And they definitely in 2 years are going to be doing whatever they can do to win the House in 2 years, and possibly get whatever, senators are up for re-election. They're going to be going for those two things. And I hate to say it, but if the Democrats are smart, and I can't believe I'd say this, I thought in a million years you'd never hear me say this, but they would listen to what Bernie Sanders said. Because the other day when Bernie Sanders made a comment about why they lost the election, it made absolute perfect sense. And if they listen to him, because he said that they need to come back to the center, and they have to be there for the working people. I was floored when I heard this from Bernie Sanders. But anyway, so if you actually find his clip, it's actually something kind of interesting to listen to. But anyways, but other than that, I don't know. Our rain got shut off there about 5 o'clock this morning there, and by the time the sun was ready to come out, the skies were parting and the sun came out, and I guess we're supposed to be dry now through the week until possibly Thursday afternoon with whatever you got going on out there in Washington and Oregon. Supposed to get here for Thursday afternoon, Thursday evening for a 50% chance. And then after that, it goes all dry all the way into the next week after that. So we got a little bit of rain just to dampen things, but we certainly didn't gain on our deficit at all. But we'll be watching and see what else we got. And other than that, that's about all we got going for you, Your Honor. So I guess we got to turn you loose to do your due diligence.
All right. Well, thanks for the tips there. I did not. I guess that was over the weekend. The bomb threats at various election offices that were still counting. And according to Reuters News, This would have been Sunday, I believe. Yeah, bomb threats made against several Maryland Board of Elections and election offices in at least 2 California counties on Friday, and nearly a dozen in the state of Maryland, they tell us. Election officials were counting mail-in ballots when the threats came in Maryland. According to the state administrator of elections, those threats led to the evacuation of some buildings. He called the threats cowardly, adding that local officials resumed counting. All right, so I guess those were Friday because they resumed counting Saturday. Safety is a top concern, but we will resume canvassing, counting. Cowardly threats, whether from abroad or not, shall not deter us. Baltimore County Police said they're aware, currently investigating the bomb threat. It was received via email by the Baltimore County Board of Election Office. Later adding that a probe determined the threat was unfounded, obviously. In California's Orange County, the registrar of voters received a bomb threat at an office in Santa Ana, after which the office building was evacuated. Bomb detection dogs were used. No explosives located. Normal operations resumed as well on Saturday. The registrar of voters in California's Riverside County said their central counting building was also evacuated due to a threat, and a bomb squad found no explosives. Offices of California Governor Gavin Newsom and Maryland Governor Wes Moore said they were monitoring the situation. The FBI said hoax bomb threats, many of which appear to originate from Russia, based on their email domains, were actually detected on Tuesday at several polling locations. That would have been Election Day in 5 battleground states. Those were Georgia, Michigan, Arizona, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, as voting was actually underway. Russia denies any involvement. But, of course, we know leading up to, ahead of the election, officials had braced for threats arising from misinformation and conspiracy theories about the vote. Then in Florida, yes, I know there's a larger investigation underway. It appears there was one individual in charge here, FEMA, facing accusation of bias as a message sent by an employee emerged telling them to skip homes if they had yard signs supporting Trump following a hurricane. The letter sent to President Biden from Kevin Guthrie, the executive director of the Florida Division of Emergency Management, read that an employee named Miss Washington and her team, which was Crew 33, ignored homes with Trump signs following Hurricane Milton. The employee's text message read, "Avoid homes advertising Trump." Now, in this modern day and age of electronic, don't people realize anything you say via, whether it's your smartphone, your email, anything electronically delivered, even after you've deleted it from your personal device, it ain't gone. It's out there to stay. What's wrong with people? FEMA will not name the accused employee. However, officials have confirmed this incident occurred in Highlands County. WINK has since confirmed the same crew, Crew 33, accused of passing by those Trump supporters, also canvassed neighborhoods in Citrus County. Deanne Criswell, FEMA's 12th administrator, posted a thread on X condemning the employee's action, saying this is a clear violation of FEMA's core values and principles to help people regardless of their political affiliation. This employee has since been terminated. Other Florida leaders, though, taking to social media to weigh in. Congressman Greg Steube posted on X saying, "I want a full investigation. Disasters do not pick sides, nor should federal aid for Americans." Steube tells us that Criswell will testify before the Oversight Committee It says next week, so is that this week or next week? And she won't come alone. Stubbe told us that it's a good thing FEMA is not trying to defend this individual. I expect this fired employee is going to be brought in under oath and deposed as to who was directing her to do this. The FEMA director wants people to believe this is an isolated incident. I don't believe this is an isolated incident, he said. Now, we asked Stubbe if he fears this could have happened in Southwest Florida, to which he responded, I absolutely 100% believe these types of things are happening in Republican districts. My district is overwhelmingly Republican. Guthrie agrees. He is spearheading a separate statewide investigation at the orders of Governor Ron DeSantis. He fears more Trump supporters were skipped in Citrus County by the same crew that worked in Highlands County.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. US President-elect Donald Trump announced that former New York Congressman Lee Zeldin will head up the Environmental Protection Agency. He's reportedly selected Florida Congressman Michael Waltz as the next national security advisor, and Senator Marco Rubio is reportedly being considered for Secretary of State. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
Lee Zeldin becomes the latest name to make it onto Donald Trump's top team, being nominated as administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency. He would oversee Trump's planned rollback on environmental regulations that were put in place by the Biden administration, including clamping down on emissions from power plants and tailpipes. The cabinet-level position would need confirmation from the Senate. Zeldin joins Tom Homan and Elise Stefanik, put forward by Trump to be the border czar and UN ambassador, respectively.
Scientists are virtually certain that 2024 will be the warmest year on record. It comes as world leaders gather in Azerbaijan for the United Nations annual climate conference. Sally Patterson reports.
World leaders from around 200 nations will gather for COP29 over the next 2 weeks. They'll focus in particular on how to limit long-term global temperature rises to 1.5 degrees Celsius, a target set by the Paris Agreement in 2015. The US climate envoy spoke at the conference on Monday, around a week after his country elected a new president. John Podesta says Donald Trump may put climate change on the back burner, but work to slow global warming will continue in America. He says Trump's re-election was, quote, bitterly disappointing, and countered the former president's claims that climate change is a hoax.
The UK's Defence Secretary says US President-elect Donald Trump is right to push European nations to increase NATO defence spending. John Healey added that Trump's new administration is expected to remain committed to the security alliance, despite previous criticism of the bloc by Trump. Simon Gaitan reports.
UK Secretary of State for Defence John Healey insisted he expects a Trump-led US would not turn away from NATO and would continue to stand alongside Ukraine alongside NATO allies like the UK. Healey also said that Trump had rightly pushed European member states to do more to fund NATO better, and that he himself believed that the European nations in NATO need to do more of the heavy lifting. Trump has previously criticised NATO and accused other member countries of not spending enough on the bloc in comparison with the US, and during the election campaign even threatened to only defend countries that met their defence spending obligations, leading to concerns of the US's commitment to NATO in Trump's upcoming second term. The UK has upped its defence spending pledge to 2.5% of GDP and has urged other member states to do the same.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the future for Ukraine. Now, Donald Trump is America's president-elect. It seems clear that a Trump administration will not continue to provide military assistance to Kyiv and may encourage President Volodymyr Zelensky to sit down for peace talks with the Russians that result in Crimea and parts of eastern Ukraine being ceded to Moscow. Bill Browder is a prominent critic of Vladimir Putin. He heads the Global Magnitsky Justice campaign and is worried about the portents of Trump's victory for Kyiv.
I'm extremely concerned. He has made it very clear that he's going to cut off military aid for Ukraine. Donald Trump Jr. was gloating on Twitter that Vladimir Zelensky's got 39 days left to get money from the United States. It's a very desperate situation because Ukraine gets about half of its military aid from the United States, and if the United States decides to stop that flow of money, then Ukraine won't be able to buy ammunition and other things to fend off the Russians, and it could lead to a catastrophic defeat in Ukraine if other things don't happen to shore up their defense in other ways.
One way might be for President Biden to give Ukraine clearance to use US-supplied weapons to their full effect, but that won't offset the dramatic shift that is coming in January. President-elect Trump reportedly told Vladimir Putin last week not to escalate the conflict. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. The Trump administration is taking shape, with high-profile appointments underway, including the head of the Environmental Protection Agency. The annual climate conference gets underway in Azerbaijan, with delegates once again warning that urgent action is needed. The British Defence Secretary says Donald Trump is right to push other European nations to put more funding into the security alliance NATO. And that is the latest Feature Story news. Laura Westbrook reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Underway a Tuesday as we close out the greatest day of the week. Actually, we close out Veterans Day for another year. Of course, Sunday was the birthday of the Marine Corps. Didn't get a chance to mention last evening that Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, who I did not realize, they said is the first Marine to become Vice President, Sunday wished his fellow Devil Dogs happy 249th birthday of the United States Marine Corps. Happy birthday to my fellow Marines, 249 years and counting, he posted. So J.D. served as an enlisted combat correspondent in the Marine Corps from 2003 to 2007. He left the Corps as an E5. He deployed to Iraq for 6 months. He was awarded the Marine Corps Good Conduct Medal, the Navy and Marine Corps Achievement Medal, the Iraq Campaign Medal, the Sea Service Deployment Ribbon, Global War on Terrorism, and National Defense Service Medal. According to military.com, the last enlisted vice president was Al Gore, who served in the Army. But J.D. wrote in his memoir, The Hillbilly Elegy, that the Marine Corps demanded and I think strategically about these decisions. And then it taught me how to do so. When I joined the Marine Corps, I did so in part because I wasn't ready for adulthood. I didn't know how to balance a checkbook, much less how to complete the financial aid forms for college. Now, I know exactly what I wanted out of my life and how to get there, he said. So according to J.D., it was a good decision in his joining the Marine Corps. So happy 249th birthday to the Marines once again. Are you with me?
Oh, I'm with you, and congratulations to Mr. Vance. Tip of the hat, and tip of the hat to all the veterans out there. And he's absolutely right. Best thing I ever did when I joined the military. The worst mistake, probably, I didn't stay in there. I wish I would have. Now it's too late. But what I try to encourage all young people, if you're not going to go to college, and go join the military and serve your country.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a bad mistake. Look at Stephen. Look what it did for him. In my opinion, that's my opinion, I think they ought to start the draft back up for all young men and women. What do you think?
Well, if we're not in wartime, you don't need it. I think it will be very interesting. We've been talking for the last several years that virtually, I think all the branches of the military have been missing their recruiting goals. What do you think with Donald Trump? I have a sneaky suspicion that they may suddenly be able to meet those recruiting goals.
Yeah, you're probably right. 100% right.
You know who the boss is when you got a commander-in-chief. Yeah, sad to say, there many in the service were not happy with the direction that the leadership was taking. With all the DEI, and they were more concerned about diversity and equity in the military. They say in basic training that they actually have these cards. You hold up a card. I need a timeout because I can't take it.
When I was on active duty, it was unfortunately we were just getting out of the Vietnam era, and a lot of the sergeants and my training command were Vietnam veterans, and I'm sorry to say what it was, but they all had piss poor attitudes. They just didn't care, and that bled over into my attitude when I was in the military. And at that time, Carter was president, and I know how I felt. I felt like our leadership was just atrocious. It was just, there's no respect there. And the Vietnam veterans, naturally how they felt coming back from Vietnam. And, you know, rightfully so. They had a right to have the attitude they had. They had no respect for their chain of command and our political leadership. I mean, that a young, impressionable mind like mine, I learned the hard lessons of what your poor leadership will, the morale, but it will destroy the military morale. And I bet a lot of Vietnam veterans out there would probably agree. And but like I say, they didn't care. They didn't care if they trained me to stay alive or not. But I still learned a lot of things when I was in the military. I tell you, I got something that's been on my mind, and we've got to start thinking out of the box, whether we like it or not. And it's been taxes. You know, we all want tax breaks, and it takes taxes to provide lots of services for the general public. But at the same time, we all want these tax breaks. And so if I'm demanding the tax breaks, a break from my local government, my state government, or my federal government, well, they got to replace that money. Some way, somehow, they got to replace that money. So it's my opinion, Steve. And I heard it on the news today. I think Oklahoma's got a little over 2 million and some odd registered voters. And yet only 1,500,000 participated in this election. Now, that's 1 million people out there that did not participate in this election. And they're registered voters. Now, it's my opinion, and I'm thinking, you know, these people ought to be double damn taxed. If you're not going to participate in the elections, and I think that Democrats and Republicans would agree if they just listen to what I'm saying, it should become a mandatory federal state law that all 18-year-olds will register to vote. I don't care who you are. If you're an American citizen, you will register to vote. All right? And then at which point they should, and I don't know how much, but they should attach a state tax and a federal tax on each individual that's registered. And the only way that they don't pay that tax is if they participate in their state and local elections and they participate in the federal election. It is a crying shame, but we got so many people in this country that will sit on their ass and not participate. And I think it's a good idea. I think it's an ideal that our Congress needs to visit. Okay, so we don't have a military draft, but there's no reason why when you hit 18, whether you're a young man or a young girl, that you should not register to vote. And if you vote, guess what? You don't pay your state tax and you don't pay your federal tax, voting tax. We should start a voting tax. You know how many millions and billions that would probably raise? Mm-hmm. Or do you know how many people it would force to get out of here and participate in our government? Because we are governed by rules and laws, and whether we like it or not, we got to pay taxes some way, somehow, some shape, some form. Now, who's going to pay the most? I don't know. I just know as a senior citizen, I don't feel like my taxes should be that great, you know, and I'm praying that Trump will come through, that our Social Security don't get taxed. But you got to replace that tax some way. And you got people that are so stupid that they're not going to vote, even if they got this tax attached to their voting record, because they just don't care. Okay, if it's just $100 or $200, that's a pretty good, round, strong, steady number. You got a $500 a year state voting tax, which would kick in if you don't participate in your local community elections, or if you don't vote in your state elections. And then a $500 federal tax if you don't participate in the federal elections. Republican and Democrat alike. I think that would. I think it's a good idea. I think it's time to visit and talk about it. And I hope somebody's listening. Maybe, you know, and what Horse Feather said about Bernie Sanders, he was 100% correct. Maybe I need to email Mr. Bernie Sanders letters talking about what I was talking about right now. I bet he'd jump on that. Because these young people have got to understand the importance of these elections and how they have a profound effect on you. Am I wrong for thinking that direction?
I'm grasping what you're saying. Then again, if everybody participates, they're still not going to be generating the revenue. How about the idea that the government's got way too big? We've been talking for decades. Yeah, and the idea of, you know, Trump suggested Elon Musk can be the cutting spending guru. How do you reduce your government overhead? There's a lot of stuff that they're buying it's been forever wasteful spending. I've got a story over here that I haven't several days ago, and it was something about either the sinks or something on some of these planes that they're paying like 2,000 times the going price. Government waste.
You're right. They need oversight on all that. You're definitely right. But at the same time, government waste, in my opinion, if you got a lady out here that's got 6 kids and she's getting all these government handouts and she's not participating in the elections, is that not a waste of mine and your tax dollars?
Absolutely.
I want to see that stop, but then when you stop it, everybody's going to scream, "Oh, you have no heart. You're taking it out on kids." No, I'm not. You're taking it out on your own kids, not me. I want to see a forced participation out of people. But you're right. So, okay, let's get some oversight committees and stop it. But when we do, let's get diligent about it. I'm really pleased with who he's named as borders are. It looks like they're going to get diligent about getting rid of these people. And let's don't let the bleeding hearts get in our way.
Mm-hmm.
But there's so many. You're right. There's so many different programs that need to be just chopped up and gotten rid of, and then take these dollars and, you know, you're going to have excess dollars if you eliminate some of these programs. So what are you going to do with that money? Are you going to give it back to somebody like me? Okay, it's like today. I was on the phone with the insurance company. Now, it's my opinion, and I got aggravated about it. I've got this Medicare Advantage, and they was charging me $19 a month. And my deductibles on medicine and my deductibles on health care, you know, I think is reasonable. But it just kept bugging me that I'm still got to pay for Medicare, but yet Medicare is not my primary, so when I go to the doctor, I got to give them this health care advantage card. I still pay out of pocket, copay, which I think is reasonable. I'm satisfied with it. But what kept grinding my gears is I was still expected to pay a premium. So I called them and I said, boy, there's just something stinking about this. You want me to pay a premium when I'm already paying for Medicare? And I said, I'm going to drop you because I want Medicare to pay. I want to squeeze Medicare. And they said, well, they was asking me about my health, and I'm full-blown diabetic. Well, I've got the same program now. I don't have to pay no premium. And plus, I get $53 a month for groceries.
Well, you're going to be eating steak.
I told the lady, I said, well, when y'all have meetings, I said, why don't you see if you can't talk to government and increase that about a couple of $100 with the way inflation is, but so now I don't pay no premium, and I kept the same copay, and I'm keeping the same deductible, And when I do go back to work, I don't have to get rid of this insurance, all because I'm diabetic. So I'm happy, So anyway, but I just wanted to throw that at you about the taxes and what have you. But Steve would like to say, we okay, let's eliminate these government programs, but let's see if we can generate more money out of these people that are not participating. I still want to force them to start participating. So anyway, that's my beef for tonight. And but Horsefeather was spot on with what he said about Bernie Sanders. So. All right, Steve, that's all I've got for you, Shelley.
All right, good to have you with us here. Big Ed, are you with me? We'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Yeah, right. I knew I had the story over here. Kind of like it harkens back to, and it's been decades ago, hadn't we talked about the $800 hammer, the $2,000 toilet, prices that government pays with the taxpayer dollars, the exorbitant prices they pay for things. This was from actually a week ago today. It was Election Day. It stated the Air Force overpaid. It was soap dispensers. Soap dispensers used in the bathrooms of C-17 military aircraft overpaid by 7,943%, or that translates to more than 80 times the price of similar commercially available dispensers, according to the Defense Department Inspector General. These dispensers were one of about a dozen spare parts for which they're accusing Boeing of overcharging the Air Force. Nearly $1 million in additional unnecessary cost. The cost of the soap dispenser from Boeing, the similar soap dispenser, and the number of dispensers purchased by the Air Force were actually redacted in the report. But in total, the Air Force overpaid $149,072 for the soap dispensers. An anonymous tip about the dispensers launched the Inspector General's audit into the spare parts. Defense Department Inspector General Robert Storch said the Air Force needs to establish and implement a more effective internal control to help prevent overpaying for spare parts for the remainder of this contract, which continues through the year 2031. Now, apparently, Boeing has a contract with the Air Force that lets Boeing purchase needed spare parts for the C-17, and the Air Force reimburses Boeing for the spare parts purchased. Significant overpayments for spare parts may reduce the number of spare parts that Boeing can purchase on the contract, potentially reducing the C-17 readiness worldwide. Now, a Boeing spokesperson, which they don't need more negative publicity here, do they? A Boeing spokesperson told CBS News that they're reviewing the allegations, said they will have a detailed response in the coming days. It appears to be based on an inapt comparison of the prices paid for parts that meet aircraft and contract specifications and designs versus basic commercial items that would not be qualified or approved for use on the C-17, was their statement. Air Force spokesperson said the Air Force is working with the agency in charge of contracts to make sure payments are accurate, also updating contracts to include more information about subcontractors. Yeah, it's like I said, we've been dealing with this for decades and decades. They come into these committees and we say, the military budget, we need billions more, billions and billions. And for some out there, they think that means, hey, we have a bottomless pit. The kitty will never run dry. We can charge whatever we want. If they run out of money and we tell them, well, we can't buy any more parts, they'll just go in and Congress will give them more, right? It's that vicious cycle. But somebody needs to be held accountable, right? It is 844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Hire.
Climate change is already here. People are suffering in the shadows, and they're crying out for leadership and action.
The COP29 Climate Summit is getting underway in Azerbaijan. The annual United Nations meeting will be attended by delegations from 200 countries. The United States' envoy insists the climate fight will continue under a Donald Trump presidency, despite his threats to dismantle environmental safeguards and remove the US from a key international agreement to stop burning fossil fuels. The leaders of France and the UK say they'll support Ukraine for as long as necessary to, quote, thwart Russia's war of aggression. President Emmanuel Macron and Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer marked Armistice Day in Paris. Donald Trump claims he'd end the war in Ukraine in one day, without saying how. But Britain's Defence Secretary says the president-elect is right to push European nations to increase their own NATO defence spending. Simon Gaitan reports.
UK Secretary of State for Defence John Healey insisted he expects a Trump-led US would not turn away from NATO. Trump has previously criticised NATO and accused other member countries of not spending enough on the bloc in comparison with the US, and during the election campaign even threatened to only defend countries that met their defence spending obligations.
Russia is denying that Donald Trump spoke with President Vladimir Putin on the phone. Mitch McCann has the details.
The Washington Post reported on Sunday local time that Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin had spoken during the week, where Mr. Trump advised him not to escalate the war in Ukraine. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov said the story was, quote, completely untrue. President Putin had congratulated Donald Trump and said he showed courage during the assassination attempt on his life earlier this year.
Mr. Trump's appointed a hardline member of his first term to head up the mass deportation of illegal immigrants from the United States. He's also rewarding one of his closest political allies by proposing to send her to the United Nations as America's next ambassador. Here's Simon Marks.
Tom Homan is one of the most prominent far-right figures in Donald Trump's inner circle. Now, the former head of the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Division of the U.S. government has been told by the president-elect that he will be America's new border czar, the man who will implement orders to deport potentially millions of people from the country. At the Republican convention in July, he made this pledge.
I got a message to the millions of illegal aliens that Joe Biden's releasing our country in violation of federal law. You better start packing now. because you're going home.
Soon he'll have the power and resources to make good on that promise. Another right-winger, Congresswoman Elise Stefanik of New York, will become America's ambassador to the United Nations.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
That's my cue to get back at it here. All right, we'll get back to the calls here. Dan is on board. We'll say hello to Pup. It's been a while. Real quick, let me first share with you. It was actually from OOIDA and Landline this past day. So I thought it was a trucking headline, but it's not specifically trucking. It's something for anyone and everyone, which states a federal agency is alerting the public about a telephone phishing scam, the latest scam that's targeting individuals nationwide, they say, with the intention of collecting personal information. Friday, the U.S. Customs and Border Protection released a notice that agency employees had received numerous calls from individuals reporting unsolicited calls from scammers posing as CBP agents. The potential target said the scam callers claim that Customs and Border Protection, we've intercepted a shipment of drugs with your name and address. They then tell you they need to confirm certain personal information and that your cooperation is important to ensure we get this resolved. If you refuse to comply, they threaten that the police will be arriving. When the scammer is asked for a name, they provide an actual Customs and Border Protection employee's name and phone number available on the internet for them to verify. The agency said some of the scam callers are reportedly providing fake case numbers or badge numbers to convince the target of their validity. In addition to the live call, some have reported receiving a similar pre-recorded message telling them that a shipment of drugs or money with your name on it has been intercepted. According to Customs and Border Protection, both versions of the call are phishing scams. Just hang up the phone. They said anyone who receives a scam call from someone claiming to be a Customs and Border Protection employee should consider, number one, Customs and Border Protection will not call out of the blue with promises of money or threats. Is the caller asking you to pay a fee or share your Social Security, credit card, or bank account numbers? Hang up. It's a scam. Customs and Border Protection never uses gift cards, cryptocurrency, or wire transfers. Is someone asked you to pay this way? It's a scam. Always. Do not trust caller ID. Scammers can make the phone numbers look real, even if they're not. Check with Customs and Border Protection if you're not sure about whether a call or email is real. Never call back phone numbers on the caller ID or a number left in a voicemail, email, or social media message. Instead, type the agency name into a search bar. Click on its webpage to find authentic contact information. Acting Director of Field Operations for the Houston Field Office said that they've seen a spike in fraudulent calls from scammers who claim to be seeking information about suspected illegal activity. We do not solicit information over the phone, he says. To be clear, we will not make telephone calls threatening citizens that law enforcement's on the way or promising money for information. If you get a call from U.S. Customs and Border Protection about a shipment of drugs or money, recognize that it is a scam regardless of how authentic it may sound. If you believe you've been the target of a phone scam, you can file the report with the Federal Trade Commission online. So these guys are good. I mean, you'll see it on the caller ID. It looks real. Then if they give you the name and the number of an actual CBP, you'll maybe do some search and say, this might be real. Hello, Dan. How we doing?
Pretty good, Steve. I was thinking when you're talking about this money, federal government, a person told me one time, and it's true, the easiest job in the world is to spend somebody else's. And how true that is, because it's not coming out of their pocket, and there's not that type of accountability. And in most states, I don't know of any not, you have to have a truly balanced budget. But you don't have to have that in the United States government. You can carry over deficits. Am I correct?
Yes.
In other words,
yes.
You can carry the deficit, and that's how we've got this huge mound of debt. So, that's one thing, and I've seen it somewhat. These people don't care what the charges are. They literally don't, and because they think they're too important, and what they're doing just justifies paying. I think there is a group of people out there, or businesses, I know there are, that have a government liaison, a person who does the contracting with the federal government, and they handle these accounts, and they sell them stuff. I know somebody that sold batteries, and I think it was Everready, whatever one's owned by Nestle, I think. But basically, he told me that what they sold the batteries, these are batteries like for flashlights and things like that. What they sold the batteries to the government for, you could go to the Dollar General store and buy them cheaper. The same batteries.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's what they resold on the base at the PX. But the other thing is, what Big Ed suggested, I don't think that would be constitutional. You can't force somebody. If I don't like either candidate and I don't want to vote, why should my freedom be impinged that I've got to go vote for one of them? or I don't have to vote for either of them, but just to show up. And I can see all types of abuses of that, but I believe that would be a violation of maybe the Sixth Amendment, one of these amendments with freedom of association. That, you know, that's similar to what they call a poll tax. And poll taxes were ruled unconstitutional. So I don't blame, I understand his point.
Right.
About the lack of participation.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I fully understand and I fully agree with it. And I don't try to shame people for not voting. But on the other hand, you say, this is your country, you better don't complain. My thing is, don't complain if you haven't voted. And if the other side, it's quite obvious that the Democrats didn't excite their base enough to go to the polls, because they don't have the numbers that they had in 2020, if those were to be believed.
Correct.
So, yeah, I just, as I said before, I mean, you should vote, and you should be knowledgeable of it, but if you don't, that should be your freedom as well. And as far as Bernie Sanders, well, he talks out of both sides of his mouth. And number one, he's not a Democrat. He's an independent. That I think that's just a shtick of his. You know what I'm saying? I'm independent.
Right.
And it kind of goes along with the beautiful state. I've been there to Vermont. But God, how they've gotten so leftward, only God knows. You understand what I'm saying? But and most of the people I met there, up there, are really not that way. I mean, they don't seem to be. I don't get into their politics. I do enough of that listening to you at night, right? So,
Right.
Are you listening to me? But he says that. Well, why didn't he say this before the election? The Democrats are no longer the party. They're the party of the coastal elites. That's exactly who they are. They had some old die-hard Democrats. They called them Blue Dog Democrats. A lot of them down south. They're dead. They're dying off. And what's really got them in a problem is, how do we get these young voters back? Because I am shocked at the number of people, both in college and who are not in college, but who are under the age of 30, who voted for Trump. That totally blows me away. I mean, I'm not complaining. You understand what I'm saying?
Correct.
And I really think what did it is all these BS lawfare, as they call it. All these lawsuits and all this other stuff. And people say it's just not adding up. And as I said before, I don't know if I told you this, I've got a neighbor. She's a school teacher. Her husband works for the federal government. They hated Trump. Well, I didn't say anything else, but I didn't see a Harris sign on their lawn. I had Trump ban signs and Josh Hawley, and then no on Amendment 3. Well, her husband, who's a very nice person, as they both are, I don't say anything to him, but they know how I'm voting. He said, well, I'm voting for your man. And I go, why? He goes, well, quite frankly, I just don't know the direction of the country's going, money-wise. And he goes, I'm worried about where the country's going. And and the other thing about that Social Security, taxing it, I understand, maybe, if a person only is living on Social Security tax, on Social Security, I don't think they're paying anything in terms of federal tax withholding, federal income taxes, correct? If that's their only source of income. My problem with that is that money that comes out of my check and out of my employer, that my employer matches, that's never been taxed, correct? That's never been taxed. It's just been the employer
It came off the top of your pay along with the other taxes, correct?
Right, but that tax, I mean, that's not been taxed money. You weren't taxed on that. That didn't figure into your income tax. And I don't really see why you shouldn't have to pay taxes on that unless you are in such a low bracket. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you're down there around, there's 7 tax brackets? And I think one of them is in like 12. I don't even think people pay the tax. So, I mean, I don't know that for sure. But let's say somebody makes $24,000 a year on Social Security. That's their entire money. I don't know how they do it, but they're retired on $24,000 a year. Well, you know what I'm saying? How much tax are they paying on a $24,000 a year income? Because you deduct, but this is what Trump's tax thing, I think you deduct $15,000. Your standard deductions now, is it 15,000? I know for a couple, a married couple, this year it's going to be 28,000. So I do feel there's a problem he's exempting all this income from taxes, and it's going to be a problem, I believe, in terms of where's the money coming from to pay it. You know, it's like tips. You go to work for a restaurant, you know you're going to have tip money, so why should you not pay tax? You know what I'm saying on that? And I see all types of abuses on that with somebody that says, okay, the job beside your house is $3,000. You pay me $1,200, that'll cover my material, and then you give me a $2,000 or $1,800 gratuity. So, I don't know. It just, I don't mean to be
right.
A downer
So it could be abused, right.
Yeah, I mean, you've got people who are multimillionaires, and they should get their Social Security. That's been withheld from their check. But I don't think that should be exempt income. I just feel it should not be exempt income. I mean, and I'm not saying they should be denied Social Security, because one thing that I agree with the Democrats about, and this goes years back, was they said, well, we want to do means testing for getting Social Security. We want a means test. Well, if you do that, then it's a welfare program. And Social Security, Steve, pays quite well, considering what you put into it. It really does. And I would highly recommend you wait till 70. So, before I go, there's one last thing. That deal about government over expenditures was called the Golden Fleece Award, and that was William Proxmire, the late senator from Wisconsin, that always came up with that Golden Fleece Award. And maybe you can Google that, but he used to come up with who was the winner of the Golden Fleece Award.
Really? Okay. So there's
that was
always
back.
somebody fleecing the government, right? So he'd find the best, the most egregious cases.
Yes, and he was a Democrat, and his name was William Proxmire, and he was from Wisconsin, and it was back in the 70s, maybe in the 60s, but they'd have that gold. And I used.
And I think Dan. Okay, there he is.
History.
Okay. Well, I'll do a quick search on that. All right, Dan. Thank you so much. I think he's kind of like in between cells. We'll return right after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So it looks like there are many out there. Hot button topic of discussion. If you cut the tax, how do you make up for it, right? Now, this is going back to, August here, a couple of months ago, when Trump was touting his bold new idea for Social Security, ending taxes on benefit income. Seniors should not pay tax on Social Security, he says. While this would let beneficiaries keep more of their monthly checks, Representative John Larson, now this is the Democrat of Connecticut, said there is a fatal mistake in that it doesn't make up for the revenue that would be lost. He said he comes out and says he's going to have a tax break, but doesn't say how he's going to pay for that. Larson, ranking member of the House Ways and Means Committee, subcommittee on Social Security. In essence, his proposal would end up cutting the Social Security Trust Fund, he says. The Social Security reached the 89th anniversary since Franklin D. Roosevelt signed the program into law, which now faces an uncertain future, as its combined trust funds are projected to run dry in 2035. At that time, unless Congress acts sooner, beneficiaries may see an across-the-board 17% benefit cut. The program's trust fund that pays retirement benefits is due to run out even sooner, 2033, risking a 21% cut. Social Security's future is, they say, on the top or a very important issue. And of course, this was leading up to November's election, according to CNBC. From my conversations with lots of people on both sides of the aisle, Capitol Hill, There's the will to actually examine this and extend it for many, many years to come. That was the word from the Social Security Commissioner, Martin O'Malley. Trump's not the first to suggest the elimination of taxes on SS. One Democrat bill introduced in January in the House, the You Earned It, You Keep It Act, likewise called for ending Social Security benefits from gross income from federal income tax. If enacted, the bill would save the typical senior household about $560 per year, which in the big scheme of things, that's not a whole lot of money. But it would increase federal deficits by $1.6 to $1.8 trillion through the year 2035, over the 10 years, right? It would increase Social Security's 75-year shortfall by 25%. There's some work to be done. How do you got to sit down and figure out a way? How many billions and billions are we sending to the likes of Ukraine, right? Maybe there's a starting point for cutting spending.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. U.S. President-elect Donald Trump announced that former New York Congressman Lee Zeldin will head up the Environmental Protection Agency. He's reportedly selected Florida Congressman Michael Waltz as the next national security advisor, and Senator Marco Rubio is reportedly being considered for Secretary of State. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
Lee Zeldin becomes the latest name to make it onto Donald Trump's top team, being nominated as administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency. He would oversee Trump's planned rollback on environmental regulations that were put in place by the Biden administration, including clamping down on emissions from power plants and tailpipes. The cabinet-level position would need confirmation from the Senate. Zeldin joins Tom Homan and Elise Stefanik, put forward by Trump to be the border czar and UN ambassador, respectively.
Scientists are virtually certain that 2024 will be the warmest year on record. It comes as world leaders gather in Azerbaijan for the United Nations annual climate conference. Sally Patterson reports.
World leaders from around 200 nations will gather for COP29 over the next 2 weeks. They'll focus in particular on how to limit long-term global temperature rises to 1.5 degrees Celsius, a target set by the Paris Agreement in 2015. The US climate envoy spoke at the conference on Monday, around a week after his country elected a new president. John Podesta says Donald Trump may put climate change on the back burner, but work to slow global warming will continue in America. He says Trump's re-election was, quote, bitterly disappointing, and countered the former president's claims that climate change is a hoax.
The UK's Defence Secretary says US President-elect Donald Trump is right to push European nations to increase NATO defence spending. John Healey added that Trump's new administration is expected to remain committed to the security alliance, despite previous criticism of the bloc by Trump. Simon Gaitan reports.
UK Secretary of State for Defence John Healey insisted he expects a Trump-led US would not turn away from NATO and would continue to stand alongside Ukraine alongside NATO allies like the UK. Healey also said that Trump had rightly pushed European member states to do more to fund NATO better, and that he himself believed that the European nations in NATO need to do more of the heavy lifting. Trump has previously criticised NATO and accused other member countries of not spending enough on the bloc in comparison with the US, and during the election campaign even threatened to only defend countries that met their defence spending obligations, leading to concerns of the US's commitment to NATO in Trump's upcoming second term. The UK has upped its defence spending pledge to 2.5% of GDP and has urged other member states to do the same.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the future for Ukraine. Now Donald Trump is America's president-elect. It seems clear that a Trump administration will not continue to provide military assistance to Kyiv and may encourage President Volodymyr Zelensky to sit down for peace talks with the Russians that result in Crimea and parts of eastern Ukraine being ceded to Moscow. Bill Browder is a prominent critic of Vladimir Putin. He heads the Global Magnitsky Justice campaign and is worried about the portents of Trump's victory for Kyiv.
I'm extremely concerned. He has made it very clear that he's going to cut off military aid for Ukraine. Donald Trump Jr. was gloating on Twitter that Vladimir Zelensky's got 39 days left to get money from the United States. It's a very desperate situation because Ukraine gets about half of its military aid from the United States, and if the United States decides to stop that flow of money, then Ukraine won't be able to buy ammunition and other things to fend off the Russians, and it could lead to a catastrophic defeat in Ukraine if other things don't happen to shore up their defense in other ways.
One way might be for President Biden to give Ukraine clearance to use US-supplied weapons to their full effect, but that won't offset the dramatic shift that is coming in January. President-elect Trump reportedly told Vladimir Putin last week not to escalate the conflict. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. The Trump administration is taking shape, with high-profile appointments underway, including the head of the Environmental Protection Agency. The annual climate conference gets underway in Azerbaijan, with delegates once again warning that urgent action is needed. The British Defence Secretary says Donald Trump is right to push other European nations to put more funding into the security alliance NATO. And that is the latest Feature Story News. Laura Westbrook reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
morning to Rick in Columbus. I guess he had his surgery this past day. He said the surgery went well. It was outpatient, so I'm home. And Karina's taking good care of me. All right, Rick. Speedy recovery, right? Drain the swamp. Let me see here. Kevin, I got your message. He said, you got to dump this news service. Figure out another filler. Some other way to take a smoke break. These guys are so far left, it's disgusting. Kevin, if all goes according to plan, I have the detailed email information. Apparently, it's been in my inbox for a couple of days. I did not notice it until like 11:30 this past evening. It's all the instructions so I can reinstall USA Radio News. So it's like a 14-page. So I said, all right, it's going to take me a few minutes to get that loaded in and go step by step and hopefully get it done without having to ask for assistance. But yeah, that 24 hours from now, we shall be done, knock on wood, with FSN for those listening via Facebook and the app and whatnot. Meanwhile, let me get to Pup as we kick off hour number 3. Good morning, Pup. What's happening?
Hey, how are you doing, big buddy?
Doing all right. What's happening?
Hey, I understand your cruise went good.
It did. Yes, indeed. A lot of folks are ready to go back.
Well, I'm kind of glad me and my wife didn't go. We didn't want to get crud.
Yeah, the creeping crud. Well, I didn't get it on the ship.
I
got it 2 weeks later.
Yeah. I gotta agree with Kevin. I would rather you just play that opening song during the news if that's all they can do. So I gotta agree with him. I just hate that. But, and Dan's a very good, smart caller. But I think what they're wanting to do is on those taxes and stuff is they're going to eliminate a lot of that and pick it back up with tariffs like we used to do back in I think they said before World War II. But other than that, did you happen to see the interview between Tucker Carlson and Vivek Ramaswamy?
I did not. No, sir.
I'll tell you what. I kind of hope Mr. Trump doesn't put him in a position. He would make a great senator for your state.
Yeah.
He is one smart cookie. He's got an idea I never thought of. You know, like the USDA and agricultural and all that, move them out of Washington, D.C., and put them in states where they really matter. And he goes, you'll see these guys flying out like rats. And they just need to lower the employment there at Washington. That's one way they're going to save some money.
Oh, I mean, if memory serves, they're the largest employer in the country, right? Everybody in some form or fashion is working for the damn government.
Yeah, yeah, and I'll tell you what, Mr. Trump opened my eyes with him and J.D. Vance. I am so impressed with that J.D. Vance. It's just pretty cool. So, well, the harvest is done. everything came out pretty good. We could have used a little bit more rain, but I reckon there's more coming.
So everything's in now, huh?
Yep, everything's in. Well, at least with the guys I help for them. Everything's in, everything's dried. Well, we didn't even hardly have to use the dryers this year.
Mm-hmm.
The beans could have got, excuse me, the beans could have got a little bit more moisture in the pods, but they weren't too terrible. Other than that, I'm glad you guys had a safe, good cruise and nobody fell overboard.
Nope, no man overboard. Nobody in the brig. Everybody stayed out of trouble.
Yeah. I hated to hear that you lost money at the casino and Big Ed took over for you.
Yeah, that swindler.
Well, at least you made a good contribution. So.
Yes, he did. Yes. Yep.
Yeah. So, other than that, Steve, I'm glad you're back on the air, and if you don't get the USA back and stuff, why, just play that song because I can't stand it.
All right, I got you. I think it'll be. Like I said, it's 14 pages. It's got step by step. It shows you the screenshots of what I'm going to do. Got to download the app first, and step by step how to get it all loaded in. So, we should get that done. It might take me an hour or two, but I just pulled up from this past day there, Pup. You may be pleased to hear this because I hadn't heard in several days. A lot of folks been questioning who's going to replace JD. When he assumes the vice presidency. The update from the New York Post yesterday said the race is on to replace JD. Top Republican strategists tell the Post that only 2 real candidates remain. One is Jane Timken. The other is Vivek Ramaswamy. I'm not familiar with Timken. Timken, a Harvard-educated attorney and Ohio Republican Party chair, is a slight favorite, they say, in the eyes of Governor DeWine, according to sources close to the decision. The deciding factor will be President-elect Donald Trump. If he decides to pressure DeWine and ask him to appoint a more MAGA candidate, Ramaswamy will get the seat. If the decision remains in DeWine's famously moderate hands, experts feel like Timken has it sewn up. Now, one Republican insider working with the Ohio senatorial transition said she's a good compromise between MAGA and DeWine. The Buckeye Republicans' true fear is Democrat Sherrod Brown returning to challenge the appointee in the special election required to fill Vance's seat until it's up for grabs in 2028. A pick can't simply be a good fit to run a conservative agenda on the Hill. He or she must have enough appeal to potentially fend off Brown in a statewide election without Trump at the top of the ticket. Now, one insider at Ohio's Miami University said it's going to be Vivek. Yeah, DeWine isn't going to like it, but Trump is the one who's going to make this call, and DeWine will take that call, he says. DeWine is not a MAGA guy. Ramaswamy is. Ultimately, the once and future president has the final say, according to this source. DeWine may be an exiting governor in 2026 with no more elections to run, but that doesn't mean Trump and the new GOP can't tug at his heart or his purse strings unless he wants to spend the next 2 years or more watching every candidate he supports primaried, every budget item he wants cut, and every veto overturned by the Trump loyalists controlling the Ohio legislature. He's got to play ball with the commander-in-chief. But the governor may still have a little time on the clock to cut a deal for Timken with Trump's Republican power brokers. I'm much too superstitious to think about that now. Vivek himself told reporters when he was asked about the replacement on Election Day, he said that sounds like a problem for January 21st. Vance's newly elected colleague in the Senate, Bernie Moreno, said at an evening featuring Ramaswamy last month, that's not a discussion for today. Both men declined to comment on this story, as did Ramaswamy himself. But Ramaswamy, the 39-year-old CEO born and raised in Cincinnati, founded a successful technology company, published a widely read book about woke businesses before launching an ultimately unsuccessful bid for the president this cycle. But he fits the Republican 2.0 blueprint that Trump and the new Republicans are indeed after. He appeals to younger voters. He is financially focused in terms of policy. He is a successful business leader who has spent little to no time in the swamps of D.C., much like J.D. Vance and Bernie Moreno. All right, Ramaswamy, speaking at a college campus for an event for Moreno last month, said, "What's happened in America and what we're going to fix is the greatest demasculization in U.S. history. The first generation who will pay into systems like Social Security and not get paid out is actually sitting in front of me today," as he put it. So it starts with the economy. We'll be right back.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, quickly before I get to Philip in Florida, after which we'll have clear lines at 844-844-3388. Yeah, who will hold the House? All right, projections are the GOP, the Republican Party, is projected to hold the House with a 220 to 215 majority, with Representative Yadira Caraveo of Colorado conceding her seat Sunday to the Republican State Representative Gabe Evans in a race that had remained too close to call. The Republicans are one seat from the required 218 to retain the majority. Republicans lead in 5 of the remaining 9 races that are still too close to call, according to the latest tallies. Decision Desk headquarters, without having officially called the House majority, gives Republicans an 80.5% chance of officially securing at least 218 seats and a 19.5% chance for Democrats. Current projections forecast a slim House majority that Republicans would hold a 5-seat edge. California, a mass mail-in ballot state, continues to be the key holdup in determining the balance of power in the House. California, there are 7 seats remaining. Districts 9, 13, 21, 27, 41, 45, and 47. Republicans lead in 3 districts. Democrats are leading with George Whitesides in District 27, which would potentially flip a seat from Republicans. Alaska, 1 seat, District 1, where Republican Nick Begich leads the incumbent representative, Mary Peltola, in a ranked choice voting state that would flip a seat to the Republican Party. Arizona, 1 seat. Juan Kiscomani, the Republican, leading the Democrat Kirsten Engel by about 2,000 votes, with an estimated 9% of the vote still to be counted. So things are close. There you go. 844-844-3388. Morning, Philip. How we doing this Tuesday morning?
On my way to work, just out here on I-4. I'm just past Lake Mary. I'm almost up here to Longwood. How's your day going?
Not too bad. Not a bad way to start the new day.
Hey, we had 2 rockets go off yesterday. SpaceX shot one, was just between 12 and 1, and then they shot another one later in the afternoon. And the first one, it came back to the Cape. The second one, it came to the barge out there. And Steve, did you hear about the cruise ship that rescued somebody yesterday?
I saw a headline that they were, I guess, the Coast Guard requested assistance or something. I did not get the full story, though.
Well, I just saw a little bit of it yesterday on the news. It's kind of funny, too, because one of the guys I work with, he's actually on that ship on the cruise. And his girlfriend was wondering how come yesterday they were hanging out where they were in the ocean. They weren't coming back in yet. But the Disney Treasure was requested by the Coast Guard to help an individual out who had I'm not sure if it was a sailboat or a catamaran, but it was a sailboat of some sorts. And he was going from the Netherlands to Cape Canaveral, and I guess he was taking on water and it was sinking. So they came out and rescued him, and they dropped one of their big lifeboats, those big, huge yellow lifeboats. They dropped one off and went over and got him and brought him back over onto the ship, and he's going to get a ride back into Cape Canaveral with them. They're probably close to being in right now, if they haven't been already into the Cape. I haven't tracked it, but yeah, that happened yesterday. We were kind of wondering why that ship was hanging out there. It didn't come back in, right away. You can look at it on the marine traffic. So I didn't hear much more than that. Have you seen more on that story?
I just did a quick search, and apparently there were four people on that. It was they said a sinking catamaran. 4 people rescued by Disney's, I guess, their newest ship, the Disney Treasure.
Yes, the Treasure is the newest one in the fleet. It's the most up-to-date one. And I'm not sure where it was going. I know my buddy had been on that. He was on that cruise with his parents. So, but kind of interesting to see that. You never see that too much. Ship helping out another, with the Coast Guard.
Right. Of all the cruises we've been on, we've never actually had any, that I can recall, any extra excitement like that. I mean, there's been some odd scenarios, but never had to stop or never had anyone go overboard, never had to rescue anybody at sea, which I guess that's a good thing.
Well, it is a good thing, and it's a good thing everybody works together out there, looking out for everybody's safety. I mean, that's kind of cool. But have you seen the deal with the tropics, Steve? How things are running down south there in the Caribbean?
I did update that in hour number 1. I guess they're making it kind of sound like in the 3rd week of November, you guys are going to have to pay attention there in Florida.
Yeah, everybody is. The Caribbean it's got a lot of moisture in it right now, and they're really concerned with it. They're getting a lot of spin. They possibly could spin up. There's a lot of stuff moving into the area that makes it conducive to where it is. The water down there is still hot. It's cooled off quite a bit in the Gulf, as you can see with this storm that just did the circle out there, Rafael, that did the loop-de-loop. And it's cooled off quite a bit in the Gulf of Mexico, but it's still hot down there in the Caribbean, down there just south of Jamaica and all that. So, and there's a lot of moisture moving in. And Steve, did you hear about that earthquake in Cuba?
Yeah, somebody brought it in. It had a 6.9, a 6.8, and a 5.9. That's pretty big.
Absolutely. They said that they felt that all the way up into the Keys in South Florida. And that's quite a bit away. That's over 100 miles away. I mean, they said it was real shallow too. It wasn't a very deep earthquake. So those people in Cuba, man, they're getting beat up bad. I mean, they've had no power.
Yeah, I mean,
but
they go from the island-wide power outages, hurricane, now earthquakes. I mean, what else can they be dished out? Hey, we'll pause. Back after this.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. US President-elect Donald Trump announced that former New York Congressman Lee Zeldin will head up the Environmental Protection Agency. He's reportedly selected Florida Congressman Michael Waltz as the next national security advisor, and Senator Marco Rubio is reportedly being considered for Secretary of State. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
Lee Zeldin becomes the latest name to make it onto Donald Trump's top team, being nominated as administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency. He would oversee Trump's planned rollback on environmental regulations that were put in place by the Biden administration, including clamping down on emissions from power plants and tailpipes. The cabinet-level position would need confirmation from the Senate. Zeldin joins Tom Homan and Elise Stefanik, put forward by Trump to be the border czar and UN ambassador, respectively.
Scientists are virtually certain that 2024 will be the warmest year on record. It comes as world leaders gather in Azerbaijan for the United Nations annual climate conference. Sally Patterson reports.
World leaders from around 200 nations will gather for COP29 over the next 2 weeks. They'll focus in particular on how to limit long-term global temperature rises to 1.5 degrees Celsius, a target set by the Paris Agreement in 2015. The US climate envoy spoke at the conference on Monday, around a week after his country elected a new president. John Podesta says Donald Trump may put climate change on the back burner, but work to slow global warming will continue in America. He says Trump's re-election was, quote, bitterly disappointing, and countered the former president's claims that climate change is a hoax.
The UK's Defence Secretary says US President-elect Donald Trump is right to push European nations to increase NATO defence spending. John Healey added that Trump's new administration is expected to remain committed to the security alliance, despite previous criticism of the bloc by Trump. Simon Gaitan reports.
UK Secretary of State for Defence John Healey insisted he expects a Trump-led US would not turn away from NATO and would continue to stand alongside Ukraine alongside NATO allies like the UK. Healey also said that Trump had rightly pushed European member states to do more to fund NATO better, and that he himself believed that the European nations in NATO need to do more of the heavy lifting. Trump has previously criticised NATO and accused other member countries of not spending enough on the bloc in comparison with the US, and during the election campaign even threatened to only defend countries that met their defence spending obligations, leading to concerns of the US's commitment to NATO in Trump's upcoming second term. The UK has upped its defence spending pledge to 2.5% of GDP and has urged other member states to do the same.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All right, back at it here at 844-844-3388. Good to have you with us as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. Brand new day coming on, 12th day of November. We left off there with Philip, and I found kind of the Reader's Digest version. He was talking about the rescue. A Disney Cruise Line ship, the Disney Treasure, rescuing 4 people from a catamaran that was taking on water some 265 miles off Bermuda Sunday, according to the U.S. Coast Guard. Coast Guard said they coordinated with the cruise ship, which was the closest vessel to the 50-foot catamaran, and the Treasure launched a lifeboat and got all 4 people off the Serenity. The Treasure hasn't even gone on its maiden voyage yet. A Disney Cruise Line spokesperson said the Treasure was actually headed from the Netherlands to its new home in Port Canaveral, Florida, when it diverted to the catamaran at about 11:40 a.m. That would have been on, Sunday. Arrived at about 1 p.m., rescuing the 4. Disney Treasure's captain said, "We're pleased the Disney Treasure was able to provide aid to the passengers in peril. Our crew members worked together on the rescue, skillfully demonstrating their training and commitment to safety." The CBS Orlando affiliate said this ship, which has 1,256 staterooms, is scheduled to embark on its first voyage. That'll be a 7-night Eastern Caribbean cruise from Port Canaveral on December 21st, no less. In other words, the maiden voyage from Port Canaveral will be a Christmas cruise for those many passengers embarking on that little journey there. One thing I can say in regards to the numerous cruises we've been on, including the one we just got off of, is in every cruise there are constantly various days during the cruise where there are different training scenarios taking place, fire training. We've been out there when they have actually launched lifeboats and things of that nature on various training days. Normally, it's a day when you're at a port of call. Most of the people are getting off the ship, and they'll come over the intercom and say, all right, you're going to hear the bells and the whistles and the codes. This is a drill. Do not be alarmed. You may see fire personnel going up stairwells and things of that nature. People with their life vests on, stationed in the muster station areas. So for these folks, hadn't even made their maiden voyage as far as an actual cruise out of Port Canaveral, many of them probably coming from other ships, other vessels, because that's what the passengers do. But that was an excellent real-life scenario for training out there at sea. So, because it was the real deal. This is not a drill. We're going to launch a lifeboat and go rescue some people. All right, welcome back, Philip.
I have to talk to my buddy's girlfriend when I get to work, because I didn't know that. I mean, I knew that ship was new, but I didn't realize they were bringing her over. I know a lot of cast members, they're usually on the first cruise that, when they bring it out of the port where it's made at. I know they do that quite a bit. I don't keep up with that. I don't do cruises, but, I have to talk to my buddy's girlfriend about it, see if that was what the case was. I know him and his family, they go on a lot of Disney cruises. So maybe they got a deal through the company and went over there, because we do that a lot when they bring a ship out for the first time. They'll do testing with cast members before they actually get the guests in there. Like you said, the first voyage of it out of Port Canaveral. They do that, when they're bringing it to its port, wherever it's going to be based at. I know they do that a lot. They do that a lot too when they move a ship. They'll move one from the East Coast over to the West Coast. They'll run a deal with cast members, and they pay a reduced rate, and they'll move it over, and that way the ship is still making money, even though it's being moved. If that makes sense.
Yeah, sure.
But I thought it was kind of cool. Steve, I want to talk a minute about global warming, if you don't mind. There's one thing they haven't thrown in the equation about global warming. Has anybody thought about what's going on with the sun and heating us up, Steve?
I thought about that. You're a mind reader. I mean, when I'm laying there in the afternoon, I'm having a hard time sleeping, and that was one of the things that crossed my mind this past day. All this global warming stuff, that the sun is in the peak of its cycle, and the sun has radiation storms, northern lights. That the sun is the primary weather creator and impactor on our planet.
Absolutely. These guys have watched all the stuff with the Earth for all these years. Have they watched all the stuff that's going on with the sun? Since we've been documenting stuff. Come on. The one factor, and I think it was just in your one of your newscast things there. Right. They said something about a 1 degree change in temperature or something for this EPA thing or whatever it was. Dude, who can keep track of that kind of stuff when you've got the sun heating us up?
Absolutely.
It's just common sense. This thing is keeping us warm, and it's also providing a lot of energy for this planet, and it's a required thing to keep this planet going. And I don't get it. We're global warming. We're putting stuff in the air. They look at, before you have carbon going into the air, you have heat. You have heat, and then you have carbon. So I don't know how they're measuring this carbon before they get all the heat readouts from the sun. I don't get it. So it's just one thing to look at with it. Weren't you talking about solar, like a solar weather happening, Steve? You've been talking a lot about that.
Yeah, because they say we've reached the peak of this solar cycle, the most activity, and it should probably continue for about another year, they say. That's the sunspots, the solar flares, things that impact the Earth.
Well, that has an effect on a lot of things. Like, take, for instance, the hurricanes we've had this year. It also takes effect on our summers. Look how hot our summers have been the last couple of years.
Right.
Our summers have been stupid hot down here. I don't know about where you're at, but down here it's been really stupid hot. And it's just one of those things we got to look at. And but that's all I got today, buddy. I'm gonna let somebody else come on here and say their piece. And y'all have a good day, and thanks for having me.
Philip, as always, thank you for checking in. Good to hear from you. Have a great day. Safe travels on into work get another day started. And what's happening, Pappy?
Steve, you realize I think it's either 5 billion or 5 billion years. Our sun's going to swell up,
swallow us up,
swallow the Earth, and turn into a dwarf star. So our time is limited, man.
Right?
What's going on?
Not much.
What's going on, man?
That's the thing. We won't be here to see any of it.
No, not unless you believe in reincarnation, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Hey, man. Did you hear this, Steve? That Trump is appointing Tom Homan as the border czar.
And this is a border czar that ain't going to be messing around. This guy's going to get it done.
Dude, this is the Mike Tyson of border czars, man. Steve, when I heard this, I have been watching this guy. He's been on Fox News a lot. I have been watching him for about a year, man. And I remember thinking to myself, dude, this is the guy that needs to be running the border. He was, Steve, daggone it, I'm having a really brain malfunction here. The neurons ain't connecting properly, but I'm wanting to say he was high up on the border. I might have to do some research on that and dig that up. But
he was the acting chief of Immigration and Customs Enforcement 2017 and 2018.
There you go. There you go. Dude, he was on 60 Minutes. And, the SIR network. This is 60 Minutes, sir. We can't put on what we can't confirm. Oh, they asked him. Estimate was $85 million it was going to cost to deport a lot of these immigrants. And you know how the left and cackles, they would just run around the question. He flat out answers it. He was like, well, I'm not sure those numbers are accurate, but can you put a price on our safety? And did you see this interview? And then she asked him, well, what about separating families? This dude was like, well, we'll just deport the whole family. I'm like, dude. Man, I am tickled pink. Trump has been putting out some videos, and Steve, they're melting down, man. They are freaking out. He is putting the hammer down, man. He's talking about, cleaning up the deep state, man.
Yep.
Bongino said, he had something on his show where I guess all the people that are accusing Trump of what he might do to them is what they were doing to him, right? well, he's going to seek revenge, and he got mad. So, you know what? This attorney suggested, well, maybe you should get out of the country. Gina was like, yes, that's the answer. Get out of the country. Oh, man. There's going to be a lot of openings, Steve. I got a feeling in the FBI, the Department of Justice. Say bye-bye to Mayorkas, a little Cuban refugee there. Say bye-bye now. Steve, who do you think is going to be the Senate Majority Leader? Who do you think should be picked for that, man? I don't know.
I don't know if you were with us for the final hour. We touched on that last evening, and the vote is supposed to take place on Wednesday. I think, what's his name? Representative Lee, I believe it is supposed to kind of like break down what's going to take place on Wednesday later today, kind of explaining it. It's a secret ballot thing, but, you know, the girl that sent me the email was suggesting that this John Cornyn of Texas is not the one that you want in that position, that he's not. That would be like replacing Mitch McConnell with Mitch McConnell. I don't really know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I hope they get their act together and put somebody in there that, you know. I really haven't heard any names. We'll have to see. You know, I'll be honest, I'm not too familiar with a whole lot of these senators.
Right.
You know, so we'll have to see, man. You know, have to trust, I guess, some people that know better and see if it's a good choice or not. But, man, Steve, sounds like we're going to keep the House. Man, these people got crushed on Election Day. My goodness. Somebody put up a photo of the United States and showed all the states that Harris won, which wasn't many, right?
No voter ID.
None of the battlegrounds. Yeah, the voter ID thing. Did you see that?
Yeah, no voter ID in all the states she won.
Yeah. So that's another thing we got to tackle here, man, is get these election laws all cleaned up, man. Like I said, I think it was last night, man, this stuff's not going to happen like overnight. But in time, I think we're going to be able to straighten this place out if we can keep Trump alive. Man, good start with Mr. Holman, man. I'm telling you, man, I think it shows he's not playing around. It's not like the first time, too, you know. Steve, he was a businessman. He wasn't a politician. I still don't consider him a politician. You know, so in 2016, you know, when he got in there and he had to trust some people, unfortunately, that stabbed him in the back. And he knows better this time, man. Man. So, what else is going on, man? I can't think of nothing really else to say, man. Guess I'll just get off out of here and let somebody with more intelligent caller get in here and say something.
Well, I'll break it down. I mean, apparently the word is the vote Wednesday again. It's a secret ballot, so nobody knows who voted for who. But it's John Thune, Rick Scott, John Cornyn, the three contenders to be leader of the Senate.
Now, I am a little familiar with Scott. Now, I've heard his name. I think he might be a true shooter, you know. You keep your eye on him, maybe. Now that you say his name, it kind of, I guess some of the neurons started to connect here a little bit. All right, my man. Beautiful day out today, I think. I ain't really crawl out of bed till it's damn near dark, but it is what it is.
Well, that ain't too late nowadays. A little after what? Somewhere between 5 and 6, I think, it's getting dark.
Man, you talk about being nocturnal listeners, man. Steve, I remember back, real quick, I was running back before I made sergeant several years ago, but we used to run 7 to 7. 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Man, I would leave to go to work. It's dark, and I come home and it's dark.
Still dark.
It was like sunshine. What's that? I'm melting. I appreciate taking the call, Steve. Everybody hammer down. Stay safe. Appreciate it.
All right, Pappy, thank you so much. Pup said, as far as who should be the Senate majority leader, Pup said Tim Scott, or Rick Scott, for sure. Rick Scott. All right, here's the breakdown. Who will fill the shoes of Mitch, the 82-year-old? 3 names have been making the rounds as hopefuls: John Thune, Rick Scott, John Cornyn. The 3 names many Republican leaders have endorsed for the seat. John Thune, 63-year-old South Dakota native, been working in politics for decades. First joined the House of Representatives for South Dakota in 1996, served 3 terms in that position, won his first Senate term in 2004. In 2010, elected to serve a second term in a rare unopposed race. He was only the 3rd Republican, the only South Dakotan to run unopposed for the Senate since direct elections were created in 1913. In 2022, he became the 2nd South Dakotan in history to be elected to a 4th term in the U.S. Senate. Thune provides his views on agriculture, Second Amendment rights, energy on his website. Okay. Rick Scott, 71 years old, Florida. Originally from the Midwest, elected to the Senate in 2018. Spent time in the Navy, where he served active duty as a radar man aboard the USS Glover. Bought his first business, which was a donut shop, while still in college at the University of Missouri, Kansas City. He's also run a health care company and several other businesses. Never held a political position. When he ran for governor in 2011, he served 2 terms as Florida governor. On his website, Scott lists a 12-point plan for a better America. He calls it his Rescue America plan. Top 5 points include education reform, colorblind equality, safety and crime, immigration, and economic growth. Then you got 72-year-old John Cornyn, a San Antonio native who's been in politics for decades as well. First elected to the Senate in 2002, currently serving his 4th term. Currently sits on the Senate Finance, Intelligence, and Judiciary Committees, where he helps craft legislation on behalf of more than 30 million Texans. Cornyn has a spot on the U.S. Senate since he was first elected in 2002. From 2013 to 19, he was chosen by his peers to serve as the Senate Republican whip, 2nd highest ranking position in the conference. On his Senate website, Cornyn lists key issues like agriculture, health care, empowering law enforcement, immigration, among others. Supposedly, Mitch McConnell has yet to endorse any candidate at this point for the seat. But again, the secret ballot vote taking place on Wednesday. All right, Grasshopper is on board as we're rolling toward news break. We'll get started with Grasshopper. What's happening out there?
Oh, just trailer trucking. Hey, I mulched my leaves yesterday, and you know what? The grass was greener on the other side. It looked really nice when I got done. It's all green. But anyway, yeah, the verdict was out yesterday on the Delphi murder thing, and they found him guilty. I didn't know if you touched on that, if I missed it tonight or not. But
I have not touched on that yet, but I had the story, which, not having followed the trial really in any form or fashion, I found it interesting. I mean, they make it sound like everything came down to an unfired 40 cal cartridge that was found near the bodies, an unfired cartridge. So that's about all they had as far as hard evidence.
Yeah, it was mostly circumstantial in my eyes, but I mean, they could have picked that bullet up when they arrested the guy at his house. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, where's the proof? But the jurors found him guilty. I mean, they said that he was actually out in that area, or he admitted to it, and multiple confessions to, his wife and the whoever that was in prison, the psychologist or whatever.
Right.
Several admissions, but they claimed that because he was in duress or solitary confinement, he just I don't know.
Yeah.
Confessed anyway, but I don't know. But the jurors found him guilty, so I guess we really need to go on for now. But I don't know if there'll be an appeal or not. He'll be sentenced on December 20th, I guess.
Correct.
Yeah. But that was a trial for, it was a pretty big deal 7 years ago. They had it on billboards in every city in the country, Oh,
I recall covering it on a regular basis. Yes, night after night. And then, of course, everything kind of went quiet. I mean, jury deliberated, 19, 20 hours of deliberations? But guilty on all charges, all 4 counts.
Yeah. You read the comments on Facebook, and it's like everybody's like, some of them are like me, and some of them say, they got the guy, and
So some feel like they may actually have the wrong guy. Okay, we hold the thought.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. US President-elect Donald Trump announced that former New York Congressman Lee Zeldin will head up the Environmental Protection Agency. He's reportedly selected Florida Congressman Michael Waltz as the next national security advisor, and Senator Marco Rubio is reportedly being considered for Secretary of State. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
Lee Zeldin becomes the latest name to make it onto Donald Trump's top team, being nominated as administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency. He would oversee Trump's planned rollback on environmental regulations that were put in place by the Biden administration, including clamping down on emissions from power plants and tailpipes. The cabinet-level position would need confirmation from the Senate. Zeldin joins Tom Homan and Elise Stefanik, put forward by Trump to be the border czar and UN ambassador, respectively.
Scientists are virtually certain that 2024 will be the warmest year on record. It comes as world leaders gather in Azerbaijan for the United Nations annual climate conference. Sally Patterson reports.
World leaders from around 200 nations will gather for COP29 over the next 2 weeks. They'll focus in particular on how to limit long-term global temperature rises to 1.5 degrees Celsius, a target set by the Paris Agreement in 2015. The US climate envoy spoke at the conference on Monday, around a week after his country elected a new president. John Podesta says Donald Trump may put climate change on the back burner, but work to slow global warming will continue in America. He says Trump's re-election was, quote, bitterly disappointing, and countered the former president's claims that climate change is a hoax.
The UK's Defence Secretary says US President-elect Donald Trump is right to push European nations to increase NATO defence spending. John Healey added that Trump's new administration is expected to remain committed to the security alliance, despite previous criticism of the bloc by Trump. Simon Gaitan reports.
UK Secretary of State for Defence John Healey insisted he expects a Trump-led US would not turn away from NATO and would continue to stand alongside Ukraine alongside NATO allies like the UK. Healey also said that Trump had rightly pushed European member states to do more to fund NATO better, and that he himself believed that the European nations in NATO need to do more of the heavy lifting. Trump has previously criticised NATO and accused other member countries of not spending enough on the bloc in comparison with the US, and during the election campaign even threatened to only defend countries that met their defence spending obligations, leading to concerns of the US's commitment to NATO in Trump's upcoming second term. The UK has upped its defence spending pledge to 2.5% of GDP and has urged other member states to do the same.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the future for Ukraine. Now, Donald Trump is America's president-elect. It seems clear that a Trump administration will not continue to provide military assistance to Kyiv and may encourage President Volodymyr Zelensky to sit down for peace talks with the Russians that result in Crimea and parts of eastern Ukraine being ceded to Moscow. Bill Browder is a prominent critic of Vladimir Putin. He heads the Global Magnitsky Justice campaign and is worried about the portents of Trump's victory for Kyiv.
I'm extremely concerned. He has made it very clear that he's going to cut off military aid for Ukraine. Donald Trump Jr. was gloating on Twitter that Vladimir Zelensky's got 39 days left to get money from the United States. It's a very desperate situation because Ukraine gets about half of its military aid from the United States, and if the United States decides to stop that flow of money, then Ukraine won't be able to buy ammunition and other things to fend off the Russians, and it could lead to a catastrophic defeat in Ukraine if other things don't happen to shore up their defense in other ways.
One way might be for President Biden to give Ukraine clearance to use US-supplied weapons to their full effect, but that won't offset the dramatic shift that is coming in January. President-elect Trump reportedly told Vladimir Putin last week not to escalate the conflict. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. The Trump administration is taking shape, with high-profile appointments underway, including the head of the Environmental Protection Agency. The annual climate conference gets underway in Azerbaijan, with delegates once again warning that urgent action is needed. The British Defence Secretary says Donald Trump is right to push other European nations to put more funding into the security alliance NATO. And that is the latest feature story news. Laura Westbrook reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, thank you so much. As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, welcome into a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. And good morning to Hoot Who, chiming in regards to his thoughts on who should be Senate Majority Leader replacing Mitch McConnell. To which he says, Steve, Cornyn is a rhino, Thune is a never-Trumper, and Rick Scott is a Trumper now, but he hasn't always been. There's a number in that category. Hey, we'll just have to wait and see how this all unfolds. But as Pappy mentioned, the new border czar, border hawk Thomas Homan, gets the prize border security job. Incoming President Trump sent a message via his Truth social network. Homan is an experienced border officer, served as acting chief of the Immigration and Customs Enforcement 2017 and 18. That agency is responsible for finding, arresting, and deporting illegal migrants. Homan strongly supported Trump during the election cycle. The statement did not say Homan would be nominated to run the Department of Homeland Security or the ICE agency. If nominated and confirmed by the Senate for either job, he would have the funding, the personnel, the legal authority to deport many illegal migrants. Rather, the statement suggests he will serve as a border czar and will play an advocacy and coordinating role within the White House staff. Homan will be joining the Trump administration in charge of our nation's borders, the border czar, including but not limited to the southern border, the northern border, all maritime and aviation security. This was Trump's post. I've known Tom for a long time. There's nobody better at policing and controlling our borders. Likewise, Tom Homan will be in charge of all deportation of illegal aliens back to their country of origin. So they kind of explain, if Homan is working within the White House, he would have some political authority, but not legal authority, to push Trump's Secretary of Homeland Security and the ICE agency to enforce the nation's immigration laws. In this role, he would not need confirmation by the Senate. The border job would give Homan some authority to curb the inflow of foreign graduates into U.S. jobs. These foreign graduates legally fly into airports to fill Fortune 500 white-collar jobs. The inflow includes many graduates who are given work permits, many who have tourist visas but work illegally, and many who take jobs after they overstay their visas. That white-collar migration is on the front burner because Trump's campaign allies like Elon Musk and investor Bill Ackman are demanding new border rules to help employers bring in more foreign graduates for the jobs needed by U.S. graduates. Now, these foreign graduates, as we say, legally fly into airports. The migration is on the front burner. Trump has recently repeatedly promised a big-time deportation after we've seen roughly 9 million illegals during Joe Biden's tenure. His deportation push will likely first target the roughly 1.3 million who have exhausted their legal appeals to stay in the country. Next, His deputies will try to deport many of the migrants who've been convicted of committing major crimes. 1.3 million have already had their asylum case adjudicated, been in front of a judge, and the judge says you do not qualify under the law. That was a statement from Jim Jordan this past day. We are the party of the rule of law. Their cases have been had. They're supposed to be removed. Now, they're also expected to deport many of the illegals who are jailed by state officials for various major and minor crimes, as well as migrants unlucky enough to be caught in the company of other lawbreakers. Now, this push will likely be resisted by some of the business-backed pro-migration groups and by the pro-migrant reporters in the establishment media. Let's see. Trump has yet to announce who will be hired to run the Department of Homeland Security. See, this has all been fluid over the past day. I think that announcement not just come out? Yeah, the guy from New York. Talking about the migrants coming in, though, taking the jobs. Here in the trucking sector, we've talked about it for years. Trucking companies say, we need to bring in these foreign drivers. We can't find drivers here. A California trucking company denied their bid to hire H-2B truck drivers after claiming high turnover rates caused by the pandemic necessitated their pursuit of foreign drivers. The Department of Labor's Board of Alien Labor Certification Appeals recently affirmed the Office of Foreign Labor Certification's decision to deny Fowler, California-based Trias Trucking. They had applied for dozens of H-2B truck drivers, arguing they needed temporary foreign drivers due to their high turnover rates. Well, folks, we know in the biz right now there are companies shuttering their doors and drivers exiting looking for jobs every single day. As we continue to clear the field, the influx of companies that sprawled up during the pandemic, still trying to clear and get rid of what was essentially a trucking depression. Back on May the 9th, though, Trias Trucking applied for certification of 124 H-2B truck drivers from July 1 of this year through July 1 of next. That application was returned after the labor certification found there were deficiencies in the application. It was filed outside the filing window, failed to establish a need for that number of truckers. Failed to establish the need for truckers is temporary in nature, whether. Yeah, they go through the rest of the story, but turnover rates, we've seen it. It's not something new. In many cases, it's near 100% at the large carriers. But that goes well before the pandemic. In 2018, the ATA reported the turnover rate for large truckload carriers was 94% at that time. All the way back in 2015, the ATA noted the turnover rates had been more than 90% over the past few years at that time. This is what all comes back to the big companies that they get those recruiters that dangle the world before you, and you can make all this money. We'll even train you to do it. And, 6 months in, if they even make it 6 months, they realize they're barely able to even put food on their table. They're essentially an indentured servant due to the cost of the training, thousands of dollars that they're having to pay back with each weekly paycheck. And thus, they exit the industry. That is the turnover rate. If drivers had those good-paying jobs as promised by the recruiters to start with, they would not be exiting the industry as they are. Brother Rambler checks in here on a Tuesday. Good morning.
Well, praise God, Steve, and roll, tide, roll, God's children. Hallelujah. That game, I tell you what, I didn't expect that to happen. But my God, I'm sorry, Cajun country and LSU fans. I didn't expect that to happen, but y'all got routed. Jalen Milroe, 4 touchdowns. One of the longest was 72 yards. So we had a great Sunday. I ain't heard that old West Virginia named Gilligan call up yet, talking about how the Mountaineers did. So I guess he's kind of quiet and mum on that. Now, on to politics, Steve. Praise God. I heard tonight, and I read the story, and of course that idiot news agency and that, Hot Shot has decided to use. And thank God you got the instructions after the show to go ahead and get rid of them yahoos and put on some reputable people. But that Marco Rubio has been tapped to become the next Secretary of State. And I believe he'll get it. Maybe Philip will know more about this than me, but I believe if he vacates the Senate post, maybe Ron DeSantis, Governor DeSantis, can appoint someone to finish out his term without having to go through a whole nother election process. But so we shall see. I'm hoping that Tulsi Gabbard gets a pretty good position. She is a beautiful, eloquent lady. And she would just do good somewhere, and I hope Trump puts her somewhere good to where she can really get his agenda across. As far as Rick Scott goes, I always thought Rick Scott was a great governor of Florida. Like I said, he is a Navy veteran, and so far a lot of people have thrown their hat in for him. Elon Musk has come out for him. A lot of other senators have thrown their hat in publicly on X and, of course, Instagram, everything like that for Rick Scott. So I hope he's able to get it. He will definitely when he was a never-Trumper, he was actually the governor of Florida. And it wasn't until, I forget what storm it was, where Trump went down there, and they actually met, and he was like J.D. Vance, totally had a change of heart. And, if anyone to carry out our future president's agenda, it would definitely be him. So, and like President Trump said, we need someone that's going to get in there and not give 2 years to get people appointed, to get it done quickly, so we can get the right people in the right place. That way he's not having to wait around for 2 years to get people in key positions. That's what Moonshine Mitch did. So get them out, Steve, get them out. But, man, I tell you what, I want to thank everyone for tuning in and watching us over at Determined Ministries Church. We had a great second part of the message. I won't get into it. You want to go back and watch it, you go to Determined Ministries Church. The title of the message was, As the Days Were in the Days of Noah. We went back and we talked about, of course, you will never find the word rapture in the Bible, Steve. It's not in there. But we went back and we talked about part 2 of what to expect. And Jesus said, in the days of Noah, they were getting married, drinking, having a great time, living their life as everyday people. While there was some crazy man building an ark saying the flood's coming. How many preachers have been preaching, Steve, for many, many years now, saying, hey, the Lord's coming back, you need to get ready. And how many people have pointed and said, y'all are crazy. But just like it says in 1 Peter chapter 3, there's going to come scoffers and other people saying, okay, where's he at? He ain't showed up yet. You better get ready, God's children, because it's at the doors. It is at the doors. You want to hear more about this sermon, please go to Determined Ministries Church. If you can stomach my singing, I'm not the world's best singer, but we sing some of your good old gospel songs, Steve. Songs you grew up with and everything like that. So go on, give us a shot. We love to have you. We will never, ever, ever turn our back on you. The doors are always open. And speaking of doors always being open, there's a shop that I want you to try out, God's children. It's called OvernightDriveRadio.com. If you go to the shop is 24/7, 365. The doors never close. And listen, it don't cost anything to look. You just go to your cell phone, go to your computer, your tablet. type in overnightdriveradio.com. Go in there, and there you have a whole nice shop of Steve Summers swag. Steve, we're talking about your 30-ounce travel mugs. We're talking about your trucker hats. We're talking about the T-shirts that Ashton Mario Kart proudly models for us. And look, it's getting wintertime out there. You can go to hotshotsecret.com and get your diesel treat, or you can get a bundle package at overnightdriveradio.com. So I want you to go there, give it a shot, and don't forget the cheapest thing you can get, them 50-cent stickers. Well, Steve, that just about does it for me. That's about all I got on my plate. I'm very happy that my football team has won. We still got to beat Mercer. We still got to beat Oklahoma. And then we still got to beat that Cal College on the Plains named Auburn. So if we can get past those three, we should be in the top 12 for the playoffs, and that's what I'm hoping for. But God's children, we love you out there, and I want you to know that love is just more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler loves you, and I do. And God's children, I'll talk to you again this week. Bye now.
Thank you for checking in, Brother Rambler. Let me see. Reuters News reporting here just a few hours ago. That's a lot of appointments being announced this past day for the new administration. Now, Reuters said Donald Trump has picked South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem as the next Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Yeah, CNN, I guess, broke that, citing two sources. They haven't got official response from the Trump or Kristi Noem's office this past evening. Of course, Kristi was once seen as a possible running mate. She's currently serving her second four-year term of South Dakota's governor after a landslide election victory in 22, rose to national prominence after refusing to impose a statewide mask mandate back during the pandemic. She has had a few turbulent months this year politically, a lot of backlash back in April when she wrote in a memoir that she killed an untrainable dog that she hated on the family farm. Yeah, some Trump advisors said they felt like her stock may have fallen in the former president's eyes at that time when she was still a contender for vice president. As I mentioned, neither Trump's campaign or Noem's office responding to requests for comment outside regular business hours. But the Department of Homeland Security, as we know, responsible for everything from border protection to immigration, disaster response, the U.S. Secret Service. That would be, that's Mayorkas' job right now, is it not? She would be replacing Mayorkas out the door. And then, of course, as we were just talking about Tom Homan, yesterday, he being appointed the border czar. So it sounds like Kristi would have to get Senate approval for that position. And if things pan out where Tom just works in the White House, she would be coordinating with Kristi Noem on the Homeland Security side. But I think she'd be great for that position. Now, they left off there. Reuters reported Monday Trump was expected to tap Senator Marco Rubio to be Secretary of State. Expected. A lot of this, all this breaking news just over the past day. See what's going on with Getaway Man. How you been?
Steve, how you doing?
Doing well.
Good. Hey, before I get on to what I called about, I just heard Brother Rambler say, did I just hear Brother Rambler say something? If I understood him correctly, something to the effect that he basically did not see the Trump win coming down?
I don't think any of us saw the landslide that we saw. I mean, I'm sitting here on election night itself, watching the results come in. It looked promising, but I had been there, done that in 2020, and I was I wasn't pleased 24 hours later. So I didn't see it coming.
No, not a landslide, but did he say he really didn't foresee the win or the landslide, or which was it?
I don't recall which way it was. I think you said the landslide. I have to go back and listen.
Yeah, I think I will. Hey, no, I was just wondering because, like I said, I know he's another man of great faith, and small point, no big fuss.
Yeah, I know.
Hey,
I mean, when he checked in on election night, I mean, he did say when God intervenes, he felt like there was some divine intervention here in the case of Trump. That the assassination attempt, that Trump's life was spared for a reason, he mentioned, and I think he's right.
Yeah, I agree with that 110%. I saw that the next day. I knew something was up. Why Trump's life was spared. I knew something. That's when I began to get the idea Trump was going to win, and not just because of what they call the sympathy vote or something like this here. I knew God was hard at work in this election too.
Right. Well, he just sent me a quick message. He said that when he was talking to some of the he said, I didn't see LSU losing to Alabama.
Oh, football. Yeah. Hey, who's his team, by the way?
Alabama, Roll Tide. That's Brother Rambler.
He was saying we got to get by. He says we got to beat Oklahoma. Who's he talking about? The Cowboys, Oklahoma State, or the Sooners, OU?
I believe they got to face the Boomer Sooner thing.
Oh, they're going to face the Boomer Sooners. I hope they mash them like a potato. I've been a little miffed with OU ever since I heard their university went to teaching some crap. I heard something about they're teaching CRT over there now as part of their curricula at OU.
I couldn't tell you that. That would be a question for Big Ed.
Yeah, I'll look into that, or maybe Big Ed's still listening, and maybe he'll sound off on that later on this week. In the meantime, I'm trying to find out.
Hold the thought there, because we're almost to we got to hit the news break here. But yeah, you got the Alabama-Oklahoma Boomer Sooner matchup on Saturday evening, November the 23rd. So like 2 weekends away. 7:30 p.m., kind of like the prime time game that weekend, and undoubtedly Big Ed, the prognosticator, will be making his picks on that.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. US President-elect Donald Trump announced that former New York Congressman Lee Zeldin will head up the Environmental Protection Agency. He's reportedly selected Florida Congressman Michael Waltz as the next national security advisor, and Senator Marco Rubio is reportedly being considered for Secretary of State. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
Lee Zeldin becomes the latest name to make it onto Donald Trump's top team, being nominated as administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency. He would oversee Trump's planned rollback on environmental regulations that were put in place by the Biden administration, including clamping down on emissions from power plants and tailpipes. The cabinet-level position would need confirmation from the Senate. Zeldin joins Tom Homan and Elise Stefanik, put forward by Trump to be the border czar and UN ambassador, respectively.
Scientists are virtually certain that 2024 will be the warmest year on record. It comes as world leaders gather in Azerbaijan for the United Nations Annual Climate Conference. Sally Patterson reports.
World leaders from around 200 nations will gather for COP29 over the next 2 weeks. They'll focus in particular on how to limit long-term global temperature rises to 1.5 degrees Celsius, a target set by the Paris Agreement in 2015. The US climate envoy spoke at the conference on Monday, around a week after his country elected a new president. John Podesta says Donald Trump may put climate change on the back burner, but work to slow global warming will continue in America. He says Trump's re-election was, quote, bitterly disappointing, and countered the former president's claims that climate change is a hoax.
The UK's Defence Secretary says US President-elect Donald Trump is right to push European nations to increase NATO defence spending. John Healey added that Trump's new administration is expected to remain committed to the security alliance, despite previous criticism of the bloc by Trump. Simon Gaitan reports.
UK Secretary of State for Defence John Healey insisted he expects a Trump-led US would not turn away from NATO and would continue to stand alongside Ukraine alongside NATO allies like the UK. Healey also said that Trump had rightly pushed European member states to do more to fund NATO better, and that he himself believed that the European nations in NATO need to do more of the heavy lifting. Trump has previously criticised NATO and accused other member countries of not spending enough on the bloc in comparison with the US, and during the election campaign even threatened to only defend countries that met their defence spending obligations, leading to concerns of the US's commitment to NATO in Trump's upcoming second term. The UK has upped its defence spending pledge to 2.5% of GDP and has urged other member states to do the same.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For those out there where tonight may be your first night on the road, you may have missed our Monday morning program. We shared, I would say, some positive news from FreightWaves, talking about their Sonar Freight Index, which in their mind is pointing to we've seen the bottom. The Great Freight Recession, they said, they believe is over. Yeah, got a follow-up on that coming up here. But first, let me get back with the Getaway Man. All right, thanks for hanging in there. Welcome back.
Thanks for holding me over, Steve. Now, where was we? Oh, yeah, that's right. So, about these cabinet appointments. Okay, they're saying President Trump wants to stick Senator Rubio in as Secretary of State. Well, I think that might be a good appointment. But I was thinking during the election and just before that Mike Pompeo might return as Secretary of State. Have you heard anything about what they're going to do with him, or is he going to go back to running the Central Ignorance Agency? Because they could sure use his help over there, and they'd be a lot less ignorant.
Everything I've seen about both Mike Pompeo and Nikki Haley, which both of them kind of turned their back on Trump in that first administration. I think they're being left on the sidelines from what I'm seeing.
Really? Yeah. I didn't see that. I didn't see that at all. I don't recall. I thought Pompeo was diehard Trump all the way.
That's like I said. That's what I've seen on the two of them. Both of them kind of being left out. They're not in any discussions I've seen.
Well, I know Mike Pompeo was still campaigning pretty hard for Trump and the Republican Party. During this campaign, he was still running his political action committee called the GAV PAC and the Champion American Values PAC, both of those. And those were supposed to be in favor of supporting Trump. Yeah, so that's kind of strange. Well, another appointment I heard about, I think this may have even been discussed on your show, so I might have heard it. They're saying they're going to stick Bongino. President Trump's leaning pretty hard towards sticking Dan Bongino in as director of the FBI, and that would be, I think that'd be another great appointment too, because we all know the fat, bald, and the ignorant. They need the help getting straight. They think they're there to practice democracy, not preserve law and order.
Yeah, I mean, we had talked about it several months ago. I think the possibility. A matter of fact, Pappy, at some point in time here, several months ago, had sent a question into Bongino during one of his live programs, asking if he would be willing to accept a position in the administration as like the Secret Service director. And I think he actually on the show said that he would take a serious look at that. Aside from that, I haven't heard anything further.
Okay. That's why we're not hearing too much about Pompeo. Is you say Pompeo, they're saying Pompeo, they feel like Pompeo turned his back on President Trump.
Yeah, well,
I don't recall that.
Yeah, that's the official word. Matter of fact, what do you say? Pompeo, turncoat, backstabber, threw Trump under the bus. Let me take you to CBS News, which over the weekend, Donald Trump announcing Saturday that Nikki Haley, who served as U.S. ambassador to the UN in her first term and then ran against him for the Republican nomination this cycle, will not be invited to join the administration. He also said Mike Pompeo, who was both Secretary of State and CIA director in Trump's first term, will not be rejoining his cabinet either. I guess via the Truth Social, what did he say? I will not be inviting former Ambassador Nikki Haley or former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo to join the Trump administration, which is currently in formation. I very much enjoyed and appreciated working with them previously and would like to thank them for their service to our country. Yeah, that is, several sources had told CBS News that Pompeo was actually being discussed as a possible contender for Secretary of Defense. So I guess Trump has already shot that down. Haley did not run for president in 2020, but as we know, launched a 24 bid against Trump, ultimately suspending her campaign following Super Tuesday. It was not until over 2 months later, when she spoke at the Republican National Convention, that she finally actually endorsed Trump. Yeah, as far as Pompeo goes, what did they say? Pompeo endorsed Trump at the RNC, served for all 4 years of the first administration, choosing not to run against Trump in 24. But Trump announced on Friday he had selected the campaign co-chair, Susie Wiles, the first woman in history to hold that post. Okay, not much anything else. But yeah, many say that Pompeo threw Trump under the bus. So Trump is very well known for selecting people who show loyalty. Loyalty is the word. Don't be doing stuff behind my back, thinking I ain't going to find out, right? Quickly, let me jump to the trucking industry has been entrenched in the great freight recession since about March of 22. Hardship for numerous companies, bankruptcy filings, firms shutting down operations. Yeah, some industry trade websites beginning to report an end to the freight recession. Yeah, despite some companies still filing for bankruptcy, ceasing operations. An increase in tender rejections to 6% reported by FreightWaves may mean truckers are becoming more discriminating and choosing between multiple freight shipping requests. That's a sign that economic conditions might have improved and the trucking recession is over. Spot rates are also reportedly rising higher than in 22 and 23, which could mean an increase in demand or a decrease in available capacity. I'm thinking the latter, but truckload rates have risen to $1.78 from $1.54 last year. That's good news for truckers and trucking and logistics companies. Operators have still been shutting down and filing for bankruptcy lately, despite those improving conditions. Miami, Florida-based Star Transportation and 5 affiliates, of course, on November 1, filed for Chapter 11 to reorganize their businesses after one of the company's lenders issued an order to repossess 47 of their trucks, which they had been financing. Yeah, we'll see if they can pull through when all is said and done. Let's see. The iconic cross-border trucking company, McKevitt Trucking, which owned a one-truck business in 1948, shut down operations on October 31 for unknown reasons, according to FreightWaves. The Thunder Bay, Ontario, Canada-based company told its former drivers about 3 weeks ago they would wind down operations by October 31, at which point they had not yet filed for bankruptcy in Canada or the U.S. The family-owned trucking company had grown to 165 tractors, 450 trailers at their peak, hauling general freight, household goods, building material, paper products in the U.S. and Canada. But the company's financial hardship was becoming increasingly evident. By the time they shut down operations, they had reduced their trucking business to 81 power units and drivers. They closed their Thunder Bay headquarters, as well as terminals in Sault Ste. Marie, Timmins, Sudbury, North Bay, and Mississauga, Ontario. McKevitt's bodily injury property damage insurance coverage is set to be canceled on December 1, which confirms the company's trucks will no longer be on the road as of that date. Kevin, got you coming up after a quick time out. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
Solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, no doubt more interesting developments will be unfolding in the day ahead here on Tuesday, November 12th. As today, the Manhattan judge is going to be deciding whether to uphold the verdict, 34 counts of falsifying business records, or dismiss it because of the Supreme Court's decision in July that gave presidents broad immunity from criminal prosecution. This is none other than Judge Juan Merchan stating he will issue a written opinion today on Trump's request to toss the conviction and either order a new trial or dismiss the indictment entirely. Now, Merchan had been expected to rule in September. He put it off to avoid any appearance that he was trying to sway the election. You're right. His decision could be on ice again if Trump makes other steps to delay or end the case. If he upholds the verdict, the case would be on track for sentencing on November 26. That could change or it could vanish depending on appeals or other legal maneuvers. Be interesting to see what Merchan has to say today. Now, Judge Napolitano, in an interview yesterday, predicted a delay in sentencing in the New York case until 2029, suggesting an even stronger chance of dismissal in the Georgia election interference case. sharing insights on Newsmax's Frontline program. He touched on the legal motion to dismiss charges in New York and predicted that case would not be dismissed. Trump's people made an application to Judge Merchan saying, look, the Supreme Court granted immunity, and some of the testimony about Trump's behavior was checks that he signed in the White House. Now, those checks are inextricably connected to things he did before he was in the White House in running the Trump Organization. And therefore, he said, you got to throw the whole thing out. Meanwhile, the government is countering that argument by asserting that some of Trump's actions occurred before he became president. That would be ineligible for immunity under the Supreme Court ruling. The other half of what he did, the actual signing of those checks to Michael Cohen, who gave the money to Stormy Daniels, that was done in the White House. But it was personal behavior, not official behavior. Personal behavior not covered under the Supreme Court's immunity decision. So Napolitano predicted Merchan would likely deny the motion to dismiss, but he suggested sentencing may not happen for years. I don't think he'll impose sentence in 2 weeks. I think he's going to delay sentencing for 4.5 years until Donald Trump, who knows what the world will be like in 4.5 years. He'll be out of office. But, of course, he'd be what? Like 80, 81 by then? Napolitano forecast any sentence might be postponed after Trump serves his second term. It is inconceivable to me that the president-elect of the United States would be the recipient of a criminal sentence at this time in American history. Now, he pointed to an even stronger defense for Trump in the state of Georgia, where he faces the alleged election interference. They've got a much stronger case for dismissal there than what we're talking about in the New York case. Yeah, Trump might contend his actions were actually part of official presidential behavior, which could protect him from prosecution. All right, so interesting developments. That's all going to be coming down today. We'll see. Morning, Kevin. What do you say?
Hey, good morning, Steve. I want to try out to be your new news channel. My voice is a little bad, though, because of this change of weather thing going on.
Right.
But let's start out with, I'm Lakshmi Singh for World Global News. Today, Donald Trump was seen signing golf balls and shooting them over the border wall, where glass was shattered. People were screaming. Nancy Pelosi moving to impeach. As broken glass and windows everywhere, she opens up a new Champion window facility in Mexico for $10 trillion. Let's move on. In the ocean today was sent Disney Treasure to go help a catamaran that was sinking until it noticed a Trump flag on the bow and turned around.
They let it sink.
In later news, Trump sent... Is that good enough?
That's about the truth of it. That's a good example. Yes, sir.
I was thinking, that's all I've heard for 4 years is news like that. And nobody around to stop any of the madness.
Yep.
Nobody's doing nothing. It just keeps going on and on and on. It's this crazy world we live in, right? Do you ever see that movie, Idiocracy?
That doesn't ring a bell. I don't think I have.
Well, it should be on a free channel. It's so old, but it is so funny. And what it is a good example of what happened in this past 4 years. You will die laughing how close it is.
Wow.
And the movie's called Idiocracy.
Idiocracy.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Yeah. Yeah. So what do you think for new drivers coming up? They're holding that, what is that, the drug poll where they're going to cancel out like 10,000 CDLs or 100,000.
177,000 potential. The big question nobody seems to be able to answer, how many of those that are on that the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse, how many of them are actually still driving truck? It might be a
Right,
minuscule.
right.
We don't know.
Right. Well, in my mind, I'm thinking, geez, well, I could, with a 1,000,000-mile safe driving record and been driving for 27 years, I could write my own ticket at a company if they get rid of that many CDLs, you think?
Probably.
Yeah. It wouldn't be a bad thing in a world of cutthroat competition. I think that's about all I got. I just wanted to say good morning to you, Steve, and I appreciate you and your show.
All right. Thank you so much, Kevin. Good to have you on board. Appreciate you chiming in, as always. Yeah, but we've cited headline after headline, and just in recent weeks, Landline magazine, the clearinghouse rule change could downgrade over 175,000 CDLs, and many other headlines of that nature. The U.S. Sun, over 177,000 drivers risk losing their licenses November 18. The rule change and the crackdown will happen as every state will on that date be required to enforce the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse rule. For whatever reason, I just have a sneaky suspicion many of these individuals, if you failed a drug test, the days of being able to, and that's part of why this Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse even exists today. Back in the day, if a driver got called in for a random, failed the test, well, they'd just go to the company next door. Fill out an application, don't say anything about it, and nobody was any the wiser, and they'd have another job. That has been pretty much eliminated under the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse in recent years. But the mandatory downgrading of the licenses, that's the next phase that's kicking in. According to the FMCSA's latest report, they had it listed as 163,318 holders of commercial driver's license or permits are classified as prohibited in the clearinghouse. Those drivers, if they haven't begun the return to duty process and they're actually still driving a truck, they're the ones that'll see their commercial driving privileges eliminated on November 18. I just have a sneaky suspicion the number is much, much smaller. They've exited the industry, gone somewhere else, doing something else.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. US President-elect Donald Trump announced that former New York Congressman Lee Zeldin will head up the Environmental Protection Agency. He's reportedly selected Florida Congressman Michael Waltz as the next national security advisor, and Senator Marco Rubio is reportedly being considered for Secretary of State. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
Lee Zeldin becomes the latest name to make it onto Donald Trump's top team, being nominated as administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency. He would oversee Trump's planned rollback on environmental regulations that were put in place by the Biden administration, including clamping down on emissions from power plants and tailpipes. The cabinet-level position would need confirmation from the Senate. Zeldin joins Tom Homan and Elise Stefanik, put forward by Trump to be the border czar and UN ambassador, respectively.
Scientists are virtually certain that 2024 will be the warmest year on record. It comes as world leaders gather in Azerbaijan for the United Nations Annual Climate Conference. Sally Patterson reports.
World leaders from around 200 nations will gather for COP29 over the next 2 weeks. They'll focus in particular on how to limit long-term global temperature rises to 1.5 degrees Celsius, a target set by the Paris Agreement in 2015. The US climate envoy spoke at the conference on Monday, around a week after his country elected a new president. John Podesta says Donald Trump may put climate change on the back burner, but work to slow global warming will continue in America. He says Trump's re-election was, quote, bitterly disappointing, and countered the former president's claims that climate change is a hoax.
The UK's Defence Secretary says US President-elect Donald Trump is right to push European nations to increase NATO defence spending. John Healey added that Trump's new administration is expected to remain committed to the security alliance, despite previous criticism of the bloc by Trump. Simon Gaitan reports.
UK Secretary of State for Defence John Healey insisted he expects a Trump-led US would not turn away from NATO and would continue to stand alongside Ukraine alongside NATO allies like the UK. Healey also said that Trump had rightly pushed European member states to do more to fund NATO better, and that he himself believed that the European nations in NATO need to do more of the heavy lifting. Trump has previously criticised NATO and accused other member countries of not spending enough on the bloc in comparison with the US, and during the election campaign even threatened to only defend countries that met their defence spending obligations, leading to concerns of the US's commitment to NATO in Trump's upcoming second term. The UK has upped its defence spending pledge to 2.5% of GDP and has urged other member states to do the same.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the future for Ukraine. Now Donald Trump is America's president-elect. It seems clear that a Trump administration will not continue to provide military assistance to Kyiv and may encourage President Volodymyr Zelensky to sit down for peace talks with the Russians that result in Crimea and parts of eastern Ukraine being ceded to Moscow. Bill Browder is a prominent critic of Vladimir Putin. He heads the Global Magnitsky Justice campaign and is worried about the portents of Trump's victory for Kyiv.
I'm extremely concerned. He has made it very clear that he's going to cut off military aid for Ukraine. Donald Trump Jr. was gloating on Twitter that Vladimir Zelensky's got 39 days left to get money from the United States. It's a very desperate situation because Ukraine gets about half of its military aid from the United States, and if the United States decides to stop that flow of money, then Ukraine won't be able to buy ammunition and other things to fend off the Russians, and it could lead to a catastrophic defeat in Ukraine if other things don't happen to shore up their defense in other ways.
One way might be for President Biden to give Ukraine clearance to use US-supplied weapons to their full effect, but that won't offset the dramatic shift that is coming in January. President-elect Trump reportedly told Vladimir Putin last week not to escalate the conflict. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. The Trump administration is taking shape, with high-profile appointments underway, including the head of the Environmental Protection Agency. The annual climate conference gets underway in Azerbaijan, with delegates once again warning that urgent action is needed. The British Defence Secretary says Donald Trump is right to push other European nations to put more funding into the security alliance NATO. And that is the latest Feature Story News. Laura Westbrook reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
What do you say? Final hour. Here we go. Get things underway at 844-844-3388. Just thinking about all these, the cabinet positions, where they, of course, they're stating they'll have to have Senate approval. And I couldn't recall, is it a simple majority, which if that were the case, Republicans are going to have 53 votes, right? So that would be easy. Had to double check. Traditionally, they say you need 60 of the 100 senators. I'm looking here from the Heritage Foundation. Historically, the Senate has confirmed most presidential nominations, but in rare instances, a vote to confirm a major appointment has failed on the Senate floor. Opposition from one or more senators may prevent a floor vote because the Senate can't schedule the vote absent unanimous consent. To overcome a filibuster, the Senate may invoke cloture, voting to limit debate and proceed to a floor vote. As I said, traditionally, this required support from at least 60 of the 100. Now, in 2013, Democrats circumvented the rules with the nuclear option to require only a simple majority of those voting, 51 in most cases, the only exception a nomination for the Supreme Court. The same simple majority is needed to confirm a nominee. In the case of a tie, the vice president casts the deciding vote. All right, at this writing, the Senate has rejected only 9 of a president's cabinet nominations. Going back in history, 4 were made by embattled Whig-turned-independent John Tyler, 1843 and 44. Choices for the Secretary of War and the Treasury Secretary. In the past 100 years, the Senate has rejected 3 nominations, all from Republican presidents. But again, these are going way back in time. So it seems like a pretty straightforward process. I saw some of the headlines alluding to Trump is kind of requesting that we just circumvent the actual confirmation process. I don't think that's going to happen. Just let me appoint my cabinet nominees without a vote. All right. All I know is, the House and the Senate, they can set their own rules, for how the process is, proceeds. But I don't see the Democrats in any form or fashion going along with him just saying, all right, these are my picks. This is the cabinet. Let's move on. I may be wrong, but I did see, remember last evening we were talking about the Department of Justice, the FBI, Homeland Security, so many that were, they used the term shell-shocked with how the election unfolded last week. Many of them looking to exit stage left, like right now, get out of Dodge while you can. An attorney helping President Trump assemble the new administration warned some of these career employees at the Justice Department this past day that they could end up fired if they try to resist the Republican agenda. And I quote, if these career DOJ employees will not implement President Trump's program in good faith, they should leave. Those employees who engage in so-called resistance against the newly elected president's lawful agenda would be subverting American democracy. Now, he's leading the Trump Justice Department transition team. Those who take such actions would be subject to disciplinary measures, including termination. Now, the Post on X, in response to a Politico article that reported many Justice Department career attorneys, civil servants who typically remain in their post from administration to administration, regardless of which party holds the White House, are alarmed by what a second Trump presidency will mean. During his first term, Trump regularly butting heads with government employees, particularly at the Justice Department. He said his biggest mistake in office was hiring his first Attorney General, Jeff Sessions. The guy that ultimately declined to shut down a probe into contacts between the 2016 Trump campaign and the Russian officials. The whole Russian collusion, delusion scenario. Good old Jeff Sessions. Let that continue. See, the backstabbers. Justice Department employees protested many of Trump's first-term decisions on multiple occasions, they tell us. Drain the swamp. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So by no way or means am I a supporter of Bernie Sanders and his Marxist socialist ways, but I did want to give him credit due for making an actual pretty sane comment there. So
right.
But anyways,
we all know he's an avowed socialist. Yeah, we know that. Who calls himself an independent?
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean he's there with when the Clintons were in, and it takes a village, and government has to take care of the people. The people can't take care of themselves. So that's the problem with big government, and that's where President Trump is talking about doing these tax cuts. That's what you have to do, is you have to get rid of the big bureaucracy and get rid of the high cost of government, and then you don't need the tax money to come in to pay for all of that. So I think these people that are used to the village taking care of them had better figure out how to take care of themselves. And because, as you were just stating, some of them might be having to go out and find themselves another job, and government's not going to be there to take care of them. So I think that's the biggest problem with the swamp, is that everybody in that circle, that's 495 circle down there, is so used to government taking care of them that they won't know what to do. I mean, they're going to have to go crawl into some safe spot with their, emotional support crocodile and lay there and try to figure out what to do. And when the sun comes up, if the sun will come up for them, I don't know. Maybe the sun won't come up for those people. I don't know. But if you don't have big bureaucracy to support, and as you said, what was it, a $12,000 soap dispenser for the military aircraft?
C-17, yes. Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, put things in check and order and balance, and make things efficient like it would be, out here in the corporate world, the normal everyday business people world. Make government run that way, like private industry. Then it shouldn't take as much money to operate. So I don't know. Maybe we'll see, but I don't think that Big Ed's on the right track of forcing people to vote, forcing people to sign up for their voter registration. It goes back to freedom of choice. This country's based on you get to choose what you want to do. If you want to choose to be a dumbass, you can be a dumbass. If you choose you don't want to vote, then you don't have to vote. But I think it was Dan that said that when you choose not to vote, then you also don't have the right to complain when things aren't going the way you think they should. You don't have any say in the fight because you didn't participate. But and I don't think there's any need for a draft for the military at all. So if we get into a situation where we actually need people, then maybe that'll have to happen. But at this point, I don't foresee anything that there's a major need to have to try to do something like that. But anyways, as I say, especially on the voting side there, I don't think anybody should be required to do that. It says, you're supposed to have freedom of choice in this country to choose what you want to do. And unfortunately, some people don't always choose the correct and proper way to want to, be part of society. So anyways, but that was what I was wanting to call back in about there. And so anyways, but that's about what we got going for you. And I guess we'll shout at you later tonight. And maybe, hey, what we got to do tonight?
Hey, Mike. Yes.
There you go. All right, Your Honor. We'll talk to you later then.
Already, yeah. We'll be rolling into Hump Day. All right, let me break this down. It's rather interesting. And from, let's see, was this from Fortune? President-elect Trump is pushing for the next Senate Majority Leader to allow what they call recess appointments, which would allow him to install some officials without Senate confirmation. Typically, the Senate must approve presidential nominations for high-level posts, cabinet positions, ambassadorships, inspector general jobs. It's outlined in the Constitution. This procedure is meant to be a check on presidential power, a way of ensuring officials directly elected by citizens can guard against the appointment of unqualified or corrupt personnel, right? The Constitution also allows for recess appointments, a provision that aims to prevent prolonged government vacancies, allowing the president to install officials without Senate approval while Congress is not in session. Using such recess appointments, Trump would be able to appoint whoever he'd like without giving the Senate the opportunity to question or object. Critics of that note that it increases the risk for unqualified, corrupt, or ideological appointees filling some of these government posts. The recess appointments have been used in the past by presidents of both parties. In recent years, the Senate has avoided going to extended recesses, blocking presidents from making any appointments in senators' absence. Reinstating recess appointments would essentially negate one of the Senate's main roles in governance, which is to vet presidential nominations for high-level positions. According to the political science professor at the University of Missouri, it would, if the Republicans in the Senate were willing to go along, represent sort of an abdication. They would be simply giving up the power that's afforded to them. Now, Trump injected this into the fierce race to replace Mitch McConnell as the leader as far as the Senate, which will be under Republican control. Thanks to the result of last week's election, Trump, for the most part, stayed out of that contest on the campaign trail, but he waded into it Sunday, stating via X, any Republican senator seeking the coveted leadership position in the U.S. Senate must agree to recess appointments. Now, the three candidates for that position we broke down earlier, John Thune, John Cornyn, Rick Scott, quickly expressed support for that demand. Scott, the underdog in the race, who is also the closest Trump ally of the three, was the most explicit in his endorsement, stating, 100% agree. I will do whatever it takes to get your nominations through as quickly as possible. All right, in ordinary circumstances, nominees to many government posts, cabinet secretaries, ambassadors, federal judges, have to undergo the confirmation hearing, during which they're questioned by the Senate about their record, qualifications, how they perform their government duties. Confirmation in this process, they say, this report says, requires a simple majority voting to confirm. Recess appointments work differently. They do not require a vote. The president simply appoints an official of their choice. The idea behind them was that there might arise times when the president needed to appoint someone to keep the government functioning while Congress was out of session or in recess. At the time the Constitution was written, Congress met mainly 9 out of 24 months. There were long stretches where Congress was not in session. As such, the Constitution states the president has the power to fill up all vacancies that may happen during the recess of the Senate by granting commissions which will expire at the end of their next session. Obviously, congressional recesses, they're not as long as they used to be. Recesses happen in between each congressional session and, of course, around the holidays. Nonetheless, recess appointments work still the same way. And as the text notes, any appointment made during a recess is not permanent. Presidential appointments made during a recess last to the end of that second session, meaning for a period of no more than 2 years. A president can renominate their pick after that or reappoint them during another recess. This is all kind of a learning process. But there you go. Hello to Truck and Phil. What's going on? Happy Taco Tuesday. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill, and the great Knuckle Buster. High of 51 Fort Wayne, 49 Sterling Heights. All right, college football. How about those Indiana Hoosiers? First time in history, they are 10-0. And the Irish are marching on. We shall see what happens as college football continues toward the playoffs. Anyway, safe travels as we are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and back once again. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. And the latest college football rankings that came out have those Hoosiers are in the top 5 now at number 5. Is that Vic? Good morning.
Yep, that's Vic. Yeah, I'm a Boilermaker, and the old Purdue I went to, it no longer exists. That's why they're 1-8. The coach, he took off 2 or 3 years ago to Louisville and took some of the best players with him. So I guess they're trying to rebuild, but they're no longer known as the University of Quarterbacks and Astronauts. And yeah, you would be amazed at some of the people that they turned down for admission to Purdue. So I don't know what's going on up there. I'm talking about honor students, legacy students, and everything else. So before we get too far down on that tangent, what I was really calling about, and you kind of touched on that there with the recess appointments, because Trump is kind of a difficult person to explain the law to. It's like he can't make a recess appointment now because he isn't the president. The Senate, they started playing this trick a few years back, I think in the first Trump administration, there's something called a pro forma session, which they're not really in recess then. They leave enough people around to, I don't know what they do, but they can be called back into a special session at about any time. And if they make a recess appointment, that has to be voted on in the next Congress. So I'm not exactly sure why Trump is even wasting his time on that. And because, well, I don't know, but it's just when I listen to a lot of the stuff that he says, it's like he had to list these lawyers as a business person and everything. So I don't know, but I could see where, as a lawyer, he'd be a very difficult client. And in this particular case, with that deal with, he has several, and I heard you talking about Mershon, and of course Fannie Willis down there, she's still wanting to go on, and then Bragg and all these others. But there's something in Article 3 of the Constitution as to what states can do and to what the federal government can do, and in that there's something known as concurrent jurisdiction. And if you remember, I believe it was in Georgia that they would not remove that to a federal court, and Merrick Garland, he basically went along with that being a state issue. Well, the Georgia case, that's pretty clear cut. Fannie Willis got over into federal jurisdiction because she was contesting the presidential election, not any of the state elections, but the presidential election. So that meant it was clearly federal. And she really didn't even have authority to pursue that case. And there are other things, you can get farther into legal weeds, and there's an organization or commission or whatever, it's a private thing. I think it's called the Article 3 Commission. Mm-hmm. And they start to go through all that. So, I can understand Trump needs to get his attorney general in there as quickly as possible. And because right now that seems to be the most corrupt agency or department that we have. And whenever all these GS-14s and above, if they have to leave, they're at the level to where they're of interest to the private sector. And we've all heard about the revolving doors. So anybody GS-14 above, they might not be in the government anymore, but I would imagine if they choose to, they'll find some company out there that will hire them as a contractor, and then they'll wind up coming back. And basically, then they will be free to really do as they choose, if they can find a stooge somewhere in that particular department that will carry the water for them, and they in turn, they're carrying the water for whatever company they're contracted for. So it's going to be a long, hard pull for the first couple of years, I would imagine, and we will see what if Trump can get through all that and do it properly. Hopefully, the 2016 midterms will go a little bit better, and they can put an end to some of these issues, divisive issues that have no merit, like reparations and abortion and all this other stuff. And I've seen they're predicting Carrie Lake's going to lose her Senate bid. And
yeah, there's some fishy things, surprise, surprise, going on in Arizona again. But hey, we have to pause there.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. US President-elect Donald Trump announced that former New York Congressman Lee Zeldin will head up the Environmental Protection Agency. He's reportedly selected Florida Congressman Michael Waltz as the next national security advisor, and Senator Marco Rubio is reportedly being considered for Secretary of State. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
Lee Zeldin becomes the latest name to make it onto Donald Trump's top team, being nominated as administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency. He would oversee Trump's planned rollback on environmental regulations that were put in place by the Biden administration, including clamping down on emissions from power plants and tailpipes. The cabinet-level position would need confirmation from the Senate. Zeldin joins Tom Homan and Elise Stefanik, put forward by Trump to be the border czar and UN ambassador, respectively.
Scientists are virtually certain that 2024 will be the warmest year on record. It comes as world leaders gather in Azerbaijan for the United Nations Annual Climate Conference. Sally Patterson reports.
World leaders from around 200 nations will gather for COP29 over the next 2 weeks. They'll focus in particular on how to limit long-term global temperature rises to 1.5 degrees Celsius, a target set by the Paris Agreement in 2015. The US climate envoy spoke at the conference on Monday, around a week after his country elected a new president. John Podesta says Donald Trump may put climate change on the back burner, but work to slow global warming will continue in America. He says Trump's re-election was, quote, bitterly disappointing, and countered the former president's claims that climate change is a hoax.
The UK's Defence Secretary says US President-elect Donald Trump is right to push European nations to increase NATO defence spending. John Healey added that Trump's new administration is expected to remain committed to the security alliance, despite previous criticism of the bloc by Trump. Simon Gaitan reports.
UK Secretary of State for Defence John Healey insisted he expects a Trump-led US would not turn away from NATO and would continue to stand alongside Ukraine alongside NATO allies like the UK. Healey also said that Trump had rightly pushed European member states to do more to fund NATO better, and that he himself believed that the European nations in NATO need to do more of the heavy lifting. Trump has previously criticised NATO and accused other member countries of not spending enough on the bloc in comparison with the US, and during the election campaign even threatened to only defend countries that met their defence spending obligations, leading to concerns of the US's commitment to NATO in Trump's upcoming second term. The UK has upped its defence spending pledge to 2.5% of GDP and has urged other member states to do the same.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Back at it here. So I had not seen the headline. I guess this came down the line about the time we started the program this morning. Did not have it a part of my show prep. But that is the Arizona Senate race, which Kari Lake had been trailing. She was for a period of time, closing the gap, but then started dropping. Here we are, Tuesday morning, a week later. Official word from Arizona. Ruben Gallego, a child of immigrants who found his way to Harvard, Iraq, and Congress, projected to defeat Kari Lake Monday night. In January, will become the first Latino, or will become Arizona's first Latino U.S. Senator. The Associated Press, NBC, and CNN called the victory Monday after another batch of Democrat-heavy votes from Maricopa County confirmed Lake could not plausibly overtake, adding her consecutive high-profile statewide losses. Gallego posted a message, Gracias, Arizona. Asked at a Monday night news conference to reflect on becoming Arizona's first elected Latino U.S. Senator, Gallego said he didn't have many role models growing up. He told a story about how a Latino lawyer was the first person who demonstrated to him that Latinos could go to college and not have to work in the construction industry. So what it means to me is I finally get to return the favor to a lot of people that were the role models to me growing up that I did not have. I did not have a father growing up. My father luckily left fairly early. So I relied on a lot of people that were my male role models to actually show me what it meant to be a good man, a moral man. All right, Kari Lake, the former Fox 10 newscaster, had yet to publicly concede the race. On Election Day, she told reporters she intended to accept the results. Now, she never conceded in the 2022 gubernatorial loss, spent years in court trying to overturn that election result. During a weekend of poor results, a social media account for Lake's campaign posted the message, a movement of love, of family, of Arizona, of America. In a broadly disappointing election cycle for the Democrats, Gallego was the only seat that his party actually flipped in the Senate as the Republicans swept to control of Congress and the presidency. Gallego was long favored to win that Senate race, perhaps even easily, but in the end, he narrowly won. Likely with crucial support from Latino voters who were more splintered on the presidency based on the exit polls. He will succeed U.S. Senator Kyrsten Sinema, who had switched to independent. Her popularity plummeted during the Biden era, leading, again, her to quit the Democrat Party. She later quit a re-election campaign that never really got started. She never offered a public endorsement in the race, but did acknowledge Gallego's evident win in a social media post even before the race was formally called. In it, she called for him to attend Senate orientation this week, like she did in 2018. So another disappointing race for Kari Lake there. All right, Vic, welcome back.
Yeah, on that deal with Kari Lake, I think one of the big reasons that she didn't get off to a good start was whenever when they turned the abortion issue back to the states, Arizona went back to that real ancient law they had back in the day whenever the railroads and other people were getting these 12, 13, 14-year-old girls to come out there and work in their saloons and hostels and everything. Although that was the job they were promised, and there were a lot of abortions being performed, and a lot of young girls were dying because back at that time the age of consent was 10 years old. As odd as that seems, but why the Arizona people wanted to jump in there and reactivate that old law instead of looking at let's put a little thought to this, people. The world has changed, and I don't think the Republican Party did a good job of addressing that either. And then had some people in the Republican Party wanted to, after we got out of the federal courts, they wanted to turn around and put it back in again on a nationwide ban. And it's like, no, there are so many state laws, medical malpractice, murder, infanticide, and everything else that is covered, that it is more of a state issue than a federal issue. And they turned it into a civil rights issue, which the justice just said, no, this is not a civil rights issue that you can just go in and say, I need an abortion and I don't want to explain why I do. It's like, no, because the doctor has to perform it. It's a medical procedure, and on it goes. So Kari Lake made the mistake of just kind of doing a knee-jerk action and saying, yeah, I support this, instead of doing the homework. And then the guy she was up against, I never did know if they didn't say if he was legal or illegal, but if he came across legally and just listened to what all he did, I would imagine anybody that was Latino out there probably voted for him, because it sounded like he's had a pretty successful resume. And when it's mentioned about his heroes, I just wondered if he knew Cesar Chavez of the United Farm Workers, that actually went to the border one time to block the illegals from coming across and undercutting the wages in the California vineyards and everything. So there's a lot of interest there. And one quick thing before we get back there to Trump. Well, last night when I was talking about all the metal stuff and probably that way I think it's going to go if they do away with the Green New Deal, there are a lot of issues, a lot of ways to where you can actually, if you have a precious metal portfolio, you can make money. You don't have to run out and sell everything. And the big companies that are in that, investing that, they can do block trades. An individual can't do that, but they can sell call options against it or buy put options under it or whatever to get through kind of a transitory time. So I would say most people are still going to hang on to the actual physical commodity if they own it. But there are other issues you can do that, if you get a hold of it or whomever you're working with, a professional person, that you can actually earn income through the transitory period. So I'm guilty of not sometimes really fully explaining what I was talking about there. So most companies, electrical companies and these other people, if they have a large supply of copper or silver or nickel, they're going to hang on to it, and they'll do some sort of a paperwork thing to get them through the transitory period. But back to what I was talking about, Trump and federal versus state. Merrick Garland, I don't know how he come up with some of his decisions. I know why he come up with them, but I don't know how in the world he was allowed to get away with a lot of the stuff that he did, because the state can only do federal cases if the federal government agrees to allow them to do that. So I think most of Trump's legal cases were actually got over into the federal jurisdiction. So if he gets a strong attorney general and the Department of Justice gets in there, a lot of the state people, that whether it was coordinated or not, they're going to have to do some serious answering. And you were just mentioning that George Morshon. I think at the end of the day, if they get the right person in the Justice Department, he's going to answer as to why he continued the case against Trump when his daughter was making money for that, and that was clearly in violation of New York state laws. So I'm hoping that the first thing Trump does is just clean all this stuff up and get it out of the way, and point out about the inconsistencies that went on there, because the whole bit about Trump having to go to jail and 37 felonies and all this other stuff, because even if Trump was sentenced or whatever before he took office, that anytime, anywhere, there's going to be an appeals process. And I think every one of those cases could be appealed. So it would be a long time before Trump would ever see the inside of a jail cell. And then this Letitia James up there in New York, again, she ventured off into the federal thing because she said that Trump was trying to conceal a felony, and I was trying to think what her justification for that lawsuit was. It was on the valuation of his property and stuff, the difference between what he put on his taxes and what he told the other lenders. And it's a practice that all real estate developers use all across the country,
Correct.
all around the world. As far as that goes.
All she was doing was living up to her campaign promise, which she campaigned promising that she would get Donald Trump. Has she got the message yet? I doubt it, but all right, Vic, I'm going to jump ahead. A couple of other tidbits here. A pretty big announcement from Honda Corporation. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration said they're opening a probe into 1.4 million Honda vehicles after reports of serious engine issues. Yeah, Honda back in November of last year recalled 249,000 vehicles in the U.S. with the 3.5-liter V6 engine after the Japanese automaker said a manufacturing defect in the engine crankshaft could cause the connecting rod bearing to prematurely wear and seize, leading to engine failure. The U.S. Auto Safety Agency said they have 173 reports of the issue in various Honda and Acura vehicles from 2016 to 2020 model years. Now, the probe, they say, is to determine the severity of the issue and determine if the vehicles not included in the 23 recall should be covered. Honda this past day said they are aware of the probe. They've already been in communication with the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and will continue to cooperate. They first opened an investigation into the issue in 2020. They spent several years investigating before they announced an actual recall. Last year, they said they had 1,450 warranty claims tied to the recall. Under the recall, dealers are inspecting the vehicles, will repair or replace the engine if needed. Now, the Highway Safety Administration said all of the 173 reports display failures that have the characteristics consistent with those addressed in the 23 recall but were not covered. All right, so, again, for the Honda owners, typically a very reliable foreign vehicle. We'll follow. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833 888-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, let's get to the blind man. I think we may have answered his initial question. Kari Lake apparently declared loser in the Senate race there. What's going on, blind man?
Oh, not too much. Slowly recovering. Not hurting as much. Getting around a tiny bit more. Kari Lake, maybe she could be a press secretary or something since she's got the experience and be able to tell off these so-called mainstream media, which are slowly dying anyway. I don't know any of my conservative friends that watch MSNBC or the other networks.
Sure.
And since I have my electronic girlfriend, I can tune you in, I can tune anybody in, and drive the left crazy when they come in the house and they got to hear what I got to hear. One nurse told me to turn it off, so I did. And she says, Biden's going to be great. And I said, honey, you're way behind the times. Trump's going to win. I haven't seen her since.
They're all in shell shock.
Yeah, not only that, but one neighbor who said she'd never speak to me again because I refused to wear a mask outside. This is 2020.
Yeah.
She's now saying hello to me and hope that I'm, recovering quickly and all that. I'm not a person to hold a grudge like the left do. So it'll be interesting to see if she does come down and start talking to me some more. I wonder if she's after something. That's the only thing that I have in the back of my mind.
Yeah, right.
But I just wanted to say hi, let everybody know I'm okay. Haven't heard from Gilligan. I hope he's okay. Sunday mornings, I do get a chance to talk to Eskimo Mom, Brain Dead, and Big Sexy, and Pup for a while. And like to hear from other truckers. My phone number's out there. They know how to call. If I'm not here, leave a message. I'll call you back.
Well, speedy recovery there, blind man. You sound like you're feeling a little bit better. He wasn't sounding the greatest last week, was he? Well, speaking of Gilligan, I'm assuming you're fine. Morning.
Yeah, good morning, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call. Yeah, it's just good to hear from the blind man. I've been needing to call him. Maybe I'll call him when the show ends. Steve, I'm telling you, it's amazing to me Philip didn't bring this up when he was talking about the sun cycle. There's something else these leftists do not take into consideration about global climate, quote, climate change. If I'm not mistaken, this world was coming out of a mini ice age about the time they started keeping records of the Earth's temperature. You know, of course it's going to warm up. We're coming out of a mini ice age. They go by the core samples. They go by these ice cores.
Sure.
When Al Gore done his research, he left hundreds of years out of these ice cores and stuff. It's amazing how they can manipulate people and make them believe this stuff. I've talked to a many liberal that just feels that way. And by the way, Rambler, I heard you call earlier. My West Virginia Mountaineers, well, we've got a winning record now because we beat up on them Bearcats down there in Cincinnati. I'm sure some of your listeners wasn't too happy about that, but hey, a win's a win. Well, Steve, I don't really have a lot tonight, but I appreciate you taking my call, and I wanted to bring up the deal with the ice age. How we've just come out of a mini ice age.
Correct.
I hope everybody has a safe day. Take care.
And you know, for those climate deniers that they refer to them as, when they bring that up, they say, how many years are you going back here? No, we're going back 100. We're going back 200. We're going back 300. We're going back 500 years. They say, well, what about? Do you look at the timeline? 1,500, 2,500. 10,000. You see the cycles up. Yeah, sensible people know that. And you've had temperature extremes, hot years. Now, what they're saying right now is 2024 is going to go down as the warmest year since when? Well, since they've been keeping records. Going back to what? The year 18 something or other? Well, a little over 100 years. What about when the temperature cycles, the ice cores showed that the temperatures were more extreme 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago? It goes on, but I guess I'm a climate denier. I'm sorry. The climate does change every single day. But I ain't causing it. It's been doing so for thousands and thousands of years. All right. Thank you so much for spending some time with us here. Closing out a Tuesday. And indeed, when we come back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight, hope you can join us as it'll be, what? Hump Day coming on. That's what we'll look forward to. Be safe out there. We'll see you then. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I